I set the wrong YouTube stream live. I set a vertical canvas live for YouTube, not my actual YouTube stream. King, I'm at 71. Hell yeah. Zero Gear, thank you. That will play in. That will play into the channel update that we do in just a moment. Thoughts on Library of Lang with new lore hold? Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think that I mean, that deck would want to have a lot of instant speed loot, right? Because you want to have as many ways to draw cards on opponents' turns as possible. And so you would want ways to at instant speed for 0 to 2 mana, draw a card off the top and just hope to God that it was something you could miracle. And Library of Lang guarantees that you can set up what it is you're miracling. Yeah, that's dope. Velkasin, thank you for the 2 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. The new one should be up at the top. Yes. Let me refresh. Yeah, they're up at the top. There have been growing Ko-Fi visibility issues where there has been a delay in how quickly it populates on the customer side. So I set it live, but it's not, oh, it'll take 10 minutes before everybody can see it. It's like, it's 17 seconds before this group of people can see it. It's 2 minutes before this group of people can see it. It's 5 minutes before these people can see it. It does not appear to be like perfectly related to geography. It's not like, oh, West Coast sees it first and then it spreads easternly. It just, there appears to be some like random stork-based delivery system of my Ko-Fi commissions. Hell yeah, Trick. Thank you very kindly. And No Legs, thank you for the random smasher pass. Hard pass. Hard pass. Okay. So anyway, what we're going to well, don't worry about it. It was a pass. You got to trust me. This stream is based. This is a community based on trust. It was not a smashable card, and you just gotta No Legs. You gotta know that in your heart. Ko-Fi is probably behind some sort of distributed server load balancer stuff that makes things like that wonky. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Right. Okay. How much of this do I talk about before we just go into the channel update video is what I'm thinking about. So we do have, let's see. Let me call roll today as well, because today we have Mr. Lebowski, who we know has to go first. We have Whitebread, who I know is here. We have Elikman, who I believe is already here and has redeemed a custom card. Yep, that's true. Then we have Jarther93, and then we have Bob Logic. So Jarther and Bob Logic are the only two we haven't seen, but we have the first 3 people, which means there is no point in vamping for half an hour. So I think we will get right into the channel updates, and we will Bob Logic's here, even less reason for me to waste time. Then I think we will do the channel updates, and then start, and I think we'll go with the guy who needed to go first. What's your, hold on. I'm looking up your name. I'm divining it. Mr. Lebowski. So the order will be Mr. Lebowski, Elikman, Whitebread, Bob Logic, Jarther. Oh, hell yeah, Sky Beast. I'm glad I could provide any help to you. Wag the Doug, thank you for the 55 streams in a row. Welcome back to the dog park, my friend. This is not it's a fleece. I'm not in pajamas. It is comfy, but I'm not in pajamas. I'm in a graphic tee, and then I'm in like adult pants. I'm in like khakis right now. This is my work outfit. We got to put that work in. Elbow grease, among other things. Right. Okay. Manual ad break, and then channel updates, and then decks. Hello, Steel Stiletto. Welcome to the stream. Do you have any future plans to play games with your brother from another mother? Love when you two riff on each other. We don't have plans set in stone because content creator schedules are much more amorphous than that. Yes, Shady Art, we sell them at the same time, well, roughly the same time every Sunday, give or take 15 minutes. Between 12 and 12:15, they go live. Jay, we got 5 decks to do today. We have Mr. Lebowski, we have Whitebread, we have Elikman, we have Jarther, and we have Bob Logic, but that is not the order they're going in. I said a different order already. That's the order we're honoring. Ludex Acroma, or Iudex Acroma. Thank you for the 5 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. Kittens are great. They're getting big. They're getting chunky. Okay, deck roasts are sold out. There are a few deck reviews still left. I will... Let me pull up the relevant stats to look at. Hey, thank you, Nick. I hope you're doing well today. I was brewing a Rule Zero deck with partners of the new Rutha and the Tatiova that makes land creatures, built with tons of earthbending spells and the Zendikar Awaken mechanic to hit you with my lands. That's why you can't Rule Zero partner. Bad and goofy? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. How do the sold out too fast rule work since you moved to selling weekly? That is probably relevant to the channel update. I may even have to make a slideshow for this week's channel update because there's a bunch of moving parts that I want to talk about. You keep picking out cards from new sets for your Henzi deck, but we haven't seen you play it recently. When was the last time you fired it up, and did the new cards perform as expected? I haven't played it in like a year. VV Stompy kind of took over as my favorite command deck. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. So, without further ado, let us get in to the channel update video for the week. So, a number of things are changing around this week. Stuff that I did well this week. I liked how all the deck reviews went. I think the deck roast went pretty good. I got the Hasbro lawsuit video done. That was truly excellent. I think probably the most important thing to talk about, and I have no idea how quickly or how this will have a practical impact on the channel, but I think the future of this channel is more videos like this one. The Hasbro lawsuit video was not only did it do very well, it was incredibly satisfying for me to film, and I enjoyed it a little bit on the watch back. I can't say that about very much of my content. And so, like, the money is high, the views are high, I edited it all myself, which means the money being high matters a lot more. And this is really the second of this kind of video that I've done. Rackrol Gwen, thank you for the 2 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. And DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Welcome to the dog pile. Because the other video I did like this was the reality of the bracket system. That was not as heavy on research. That just dealt with like a lot of kind of bad faith misunderstandings of what the bracket system was about. But this is now the second time I've done something like this where the angle has been, hey, a lot of people are speaking about this ignorantly or in bad faith, and I am here to set the record straight. I really like doing it. It felt satisfying to put out something that I felt like was both informative and funny. I liked I loved the jokes I got to put in it. Holy shit, the Sean bit, I loved that so much. So the caveat here is I'm not really sure what this being the future of the channel means for the channel, because I can't just like nonstop be researching and publishing videos like this, because researching and publishing videos like this, it requires there to be some kind of controversy, and I think it's very easy to trick yourself into like manufacturing controversy for the sake of having a good video to make. Kolos, hybrid mana was much more of an opinion piece, I would say. I think like the bracket system video and the lawsuit video was very much like, I think you guys are demonstrably wrong and just on a factual basis. Hybrid mana was much more, here's my argument for how I think it should be, but also like, it's shiny cardboard. Cecil Alucard, thank you for the 1600-bit cheer. Welcome to the top of this week's dog pile. I appreciate you, boss. Right, Maultown becomes a drama YouTuber /s. That is spiritually what I would like to avoid. I do not want to lean into this so hard that I'm just like searching or fabricating a controversy to have the next video like this to make. But I think the important part of the update is if I can find topics like this that I care about and think I can do a very good job of researching and think there is a genuine thing that for me to either explain or set the record straight on, I'm now going to go after those with more gusto. I think that's the long and short of it. I don't know how often that'll happen. It's not going to stop deck roasting. It's not going to stop normal Magic content, but that is probably, this is going to be a higher priority for me going forward because I found it so satisfying to make. And it did so well. Arthur, thank you for the 19 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. And then the other updates pursuant to that. Another thing I tried, I don't think the consequences will be fewer deck roast slots. You know, genuinely, I think the likely consequence is fewer shorts. Like if I think about the energy that I needed and the brain space that I needed to make this video, I was able to make this video because I was not worried about publishing a commander roast every day. So the practical consequences of leaning more into this is that the cadence of commander roasts is unlikely to ever go back to the old peaks, because the old peak was you got one every single day because it was the only thing I was doing. And if I am to pick and choose amongst all the things that I want to do and all the things that make this possible as a career, the commander roasts currently pay the least. They're satisfying to make, but so's a lot of the stuff I make, and they pay terrible. Aegis, thank you for the 200 bits. Holy fuck, a talking cue ball. Point him out to me. Welcome to the dog pile. That's the practical output. I don't think there will be fewer roast slots. I think there will be, I think the shorts will just get fewer and further in between. Maybe down to like, when I get back to them, maybe down to 2 a week or 3 a week instead of the standard for the last couple months had been like 5 a week. Like I did one every weekday and then I skipped the weekends. And before that, there was a time where I was doing one every single day. I think in the periods where I don't have videos like this to research and film, it'll be high. And then there will be more periods where we're doing fewer shorts, period, and we're especially doing fewer commander roasts, because instead of looking at commander cards and combos and coming up with memes to make about them, I would be working on things like this. They're in the lower right corner of the stream. That's just like, see more. That's not a guy. I think you should get your eyes checked, Aegis. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, so then other updates on content that I'm going to be publishing and changes to it based on satisfaction and monetization. The next one to talk about is probably the pre-release video. We're gonna try at least 2 more. I'm gonna give myself at least a like 3 strike rule before I give up on these. But this is meaningfully in the red. This is more than $100 short of breaking even because it is a collab in which I have a fee for the person I do it with, and then I have a fee for my editor. And so if we do 3 more and these don't get like way better, no shot. We might be able to keep doing it as a stream. Like it can still be part of, like doing a limited and draft breakdown can still be part of the stream. But it is unlikely they will continue in their current form. Damn, videos are that expensive to make, huh? Yeah, it turns out editing, skilled labor. How did the Commander one do compared to this one? The Commander one is not doing like crazy better right now. A big difference is the Commander ones do way better over time. So let me grab the Commander one. So the Commander one is still pretty well short of breaking even. And Elk and I have done ones like this for basically every set. Most of them will not break even. I mean, some of them have never broken even, but many of them won't break even for about 4 to 6 months. That's the timeline of like how old they have to be before they make enough money that I am keeping any of the money. So these are still fine. We're working on ways to do them better, but as long as they break even, who cares? I get subscribers, I get people who now enjoy watching my content. And so if those are just eternally break even videos, that is probably good because it means that my editor has a job. It means that the people I work with get paid money too. Great. Now the pre-release one, it's only relevant while the pre-release stuff is actually happening, like especially with the current Wizards release schedule. This is like a dead video now. It's Turtles time, baby. We're done with Lorwyn Limited. And so the steps we're going to take here is for the next two sets, we're going to keep trying things like this, and I'm going to promote it more, and I'm going to try to think of like other bells and whistles that I could do to like cut shorts from the video. So basically the next 2 times we do this, we are going to try to promote it more. Do you think that video might have been a victim of the Turtles leak problem? Absolutely not. I think this video was the victim of I have no reputation for knowing what the fuck I'm talking about in Limited. I think there's probably like other SEO stuff I could have done differently. But this was the victim of I make funny haha Commander content. I do not make guides about how to play a thing better. Right, next. So the next 2 times we are going to promote it much more. And if that still doesn't work, what it's going to change to is we are still going to do it as a stream. Based on how the stream goes, I am going to script a 10-minute, extremely tight, hopefully extremely funny, like press down of all the things we talked about in the stream. And I'm going to post that. And I'm going to see if that does well. Because I think that oftentimes talking about it on stream helps solidify a lot of ideas or helps bring up a lot of concerns that I didn't think about before we did it. So that would be, let's see, the next ones we're trying Turtles, we're trying Strixhaven, and then, oh god, would it be Marvel that I had to Yeah, sure. I could do like on your left jokes. Does the press down version dodge the only relevant for a little bit version? Problem. No, the press down version dodges the I have to pay Mango for it. Like keep in mind, I love Mango's work. Mango and I are going to keep working together. I do have to pick and choose what is worth passing to her because on average, she gets paid more per video than I do. So for videos like this, where they are floundering, the way they get to exist is they have to exist in such a way that I can edit them and it does not take very much time. So that is the version that we would get to. Is it would be a like 10 to 15 minute, think like think a more informative version of a like Magic the Noah PowerPoint where it would still be a little bit stupid. I would still be cracking a lot of jokes, but it would be 10 to 15 minutes of here is entertaining info about pre-release. And if it's done in such a way that I can edit it myself over the course of like a couple hours, because the lawsuit video, this took me like 4 hours to edit, and I did it all myself. And so if I can get to so if I can get to a point where I can script and execute videos like that I can edit myself, that's how they get to live. Perfect example of this was our test run, which if anybody was here for the Turtles spoiler, you got to see this, where we did the whole thing. We did the whole thing, and at the end I was like, okay, we're gonna film a YouTube video now, and I hit record, and I spent 9 minutes talking about all of the shit we had already talked about. This was like the lowest effort version of this, and unsurprisingly, it flopped. Right? This video's doing terrible. However, it is not getting judged like a normal video is. This video, as terrible as it's doing, is beating the absolute piss out of the pre-release video because there are no fees associated with it. This video has made $20. The other videos have made negative $100-something. So I think this was a decent enough proof of concept that I don't think future versions of this are going to be done on stream, but I do think future versions of streams that are not going to be popular enough to justify a cut down will get streamed. I will script a cut down that takes maybe 10 or 15 minutes and has some jokes in it, and then I will film that in OBS, do any necessary editing myself, and then set it adrift and see how it goes, because then it is like much lower investment. I think if it takes me anything that would take me more than 5 hours to edit, it's anything that would take me more than 5 hours to edit is either getting sent to Mango or is not getting edited. But if I can do it, especially if it's like this takes 2 hours or less to edit, that's definitely a thing that I should just be scripting, editing, and then posting myself. Okay, so I think those are all the work examples of stuff that is going to change on the main channel based on the feedback I'm seeing from the market, essentially. And then update on the deck reviews. If you saw, 7 got set live this week. So we sold 7 instead of the normal like 5. Z brought up the very, very good point of some weeks I'm traveling, some weeks I'm sick, some weeks I'm going to want to take a little bit of time off from reviewing decks. And so we are going to establish a backlog. It's not going to be a backlog of reviews in the sense that like you're not going to have to wait longer for your deck to be reviewed. But we're going to establish a backlog of your deck being published. So, for example, this person tuning a mid-range value pile. This video is unlisted, which means it's not showing up in anybody's feed, but they have the link. I emailed them this morning when it was finished. They can watch it now. Their deck will go live tomorrow. And so the way it's going to work now is we're going to ramp up to selling more than 7 deck reviews on weeks where I'm at home, so that I can establish a like 1 a day, rain, sun, wind, hail, whatever, a new video is always going live on this channel, because the monetization for this channel has taken a turn for the worse. And so that is bad news bears for anybody who has been looking forward to the deck reviews going down to the like, yeah, Shade, go ahead. Anybody who's waiting for the deck reviews to go down to the $15 level, I think it is still possible, but the last like 5 videos have been trending down towards they only get like $3 per 1,000 views, which means they're making closer to like $12 to $15 of ad revenue versus the like 30 to 40. If every video is making 30 to 40, I'm cool to drop the price you guys are paying. But if the average revenue is less than what you guys are paying, then they're going to stay at 20 for a while. And so I think right now we can see analytics. Now, $200 is $200, but it looked very, very good early on, and then Papa YouTube shut the faucet off. I don't know what I did. I don't know if I made some like adult joke or something that permanently changed the behind the scenes monetization rating of my channel. But the monetization for this channel has not been as good as I thought it was going to be in the first week or so. So I was very optimistic about it in the first week, and I am less optimistic about it now, but I think there is still a possibility that it'll work out, particularly if I am able to grow an audience. Like if these videos, hold on, go to, yeah. Right now, I think the average video is doing like 5,000 views. If the videos do good enough and the audience grows enough that the average video is doing 10,000 views, we're good. It doesn't matter if the monetization rate is still bad. 10,000 views is 10,000 views. But so long as we're stuck at the like, is it like an opportunity cost thing for making those videos? Yes and no. There's an opportunity cost of my time. There's a very big difference, though, for making a video where I don't have to be on. Like, I don't have to be an entertainer. I don't have to script jokes. I don't have to watch chat scroll and try to ad-lib funny jokes based on what you guys are saying. Morahan, thank you for the 30 streams in a row. Welcome to the dog park, my friend. So there is an opportunity cost in the sense that I'm spending time. These are much less creatively strenuous to make. So there's like an inverse opportunity cost there, where in terms of, like, it's still effort, but the effort here is like, there is more brain use, like there's more, yeah, like I'm using more of my intellectual brain on these than I am on the other stuff. I'm using my creative brain on more of the other stuff. And Nathiator, thank you for gifting 10 subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. I appreciate that continued generosity. Also, Rickar, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. And I'm in a spot right now where I'm not having to use my intellectual brain too often, but I am having to burn out my creative brain day in, day out. So having a thing where I don't have to burn out my creativity or my whimsy, it's much less difficult to bang out a number of these, because I can put myself in the headspace of like, okay, I'm going to help some decks do better. What are What are they doing wrong? What can we do to make them do it right? What does doing it right look like for them? You know, versus like, oh God, oh fuck, they have to laugh. How do I make sure they laugh? Oh God, oh shit, oh fuck, they aren't laughing. Oh Lord. Um, right. So 7 went for sale this week. There will be, depending on how I manage the workload of 7 this week, in future weeks, when I'm at home and not traveling, we will sell a little bit more than 7, and we will bank 1 or 2 at a time. And the people who ordered them, you will still get to see them within the week, but it will just be like, here's your link. This video will go live at some point in the future. I'm not exactly sure when, but it will go live within the coming weeks or months. Dirty. Let me check your stream. Oh, thank you for the 65. Maybe cut up one of your lists you come up with and turn it into a countdown short with edits. Which of my lists? Because that is another issue I've had with cutting stuff down. Is I don't like, I make videos talking about commander sets. I make videos talking about precons, but I never organize it. I never organize it in the sense of like 10 cards you need, 5. There is a petulant and not based in fact resistance in my brain where I'm like, that's not funny enough. Now, if you're keeping along at home, you might ask, why the fuck would that need to be funny enough? You published a 9-minute video that was just you saying, I think these turtle cards are cool. How is that different from a list? And I would say to you, because I made a PowerPoint with funny titles, fuck you. That's how dumb my brain is. That's how stupid I am. Is that I am constantly fighting and dying on meaningless little hills like that. And I'm always trying to do better about it, but many of them persist. Ba 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 ba. And so I think that is mostly it for the channel update. This is going to go up on, maybe this goes up on VodHound actually. I was going to put it up on FreeCount, but this is much less philosophical than FreeCount normally is. This is very like boots on ground. What does the money look like? What do the views look like? How am I adapting because of that? Either way, everybody on YouTube, thank you for being here. We're going to get back to the stream now. Okay. And then any other questions? Let me see if I glazed over anything or glossed over anything. Jesus, glazed over. In service of getting the video done. What's the breakdown for revenue on shorts? Because I know it's like slightly less money per view. Shorts are crazy dog shit unless you are like super famous. That's the problem. If and this was why I spent that month or two where I was like, I'm publishing a short every day. Hold on, let's run some numbers. Here's the walls of Butt Sing Say. I got 1.3 million views on this. I think it's the best short I've ever made. I think it's the highest performing short I have ever published. It made $223. I spent 1 hour writing and filming this video. That is an incredible rate. Genuinely incredible. $200 plus dollars for an hour of work? Insane. I would be crazy to do anything else. The problem is that I can't fucking replicate this. I've been trying for a couple months. I'm currently in what I'm calling an off season from shorts, and I'm gonna go back to it, and I'm going to keep trying to replicate this level of energy and shareability. But the issue is, if it is, the rate goes from really, really good to really, really bad when you go from short that is getting more than 1 million views to short that is doing normal. The Commander roasts are still incredibly valuable to me spiritually, because I never would have built this audience, this community, without having done the Commander roasts in the first place. So my channel would have never grown in the first place if I hadn't done them. Like, they're great for exposing people to my general energy and vibe and thought process. But where I'm at right now, on average, they're a bad investment because I obsess about them. I can tell you, oh, I spend 1 hour a day filming them. I spend 1 hour a day filming them, and I spend 6 hours a day worrying about them. No matter when I film them, no matter how I film them, no matter what I've been telling myself about how little I should obsess about it, if I filmed a video in the afternoon, I'm spending the morning hoping that I have a funny enough bit for the afternoon. If I film the video in the morning and publish it, I'm worrying all day about how well the video's doing, and I'm worrying about what am I going to do tomorrow. It is the way I'm engaging with them is a very unhealthy and nonstop hamster wheel. And a lot of that isn't because they are shorts themselves. A lot of that is just like my own psyche. I think it's like, I think that is where the last couple that's where the last couple nuggets of imposter syndrome lie. Please don't. You're all very, very kind, and you're all consistently very kind to me. Don't glaze me. This is not a fishing expedition. But if I were to, learn to let go, see already? Can't believe I hadn't thought about that. Golly. Well, golly gee gosh. I'm doing my best. So I think and what I've been able to unravel in my mind, now that I'm not trying to film one every single day, is that because the Commander roasts popped off so quickly, and made so much of this possible so soon, there is definitely a part of me that feels like, oh my god, you don't deserve this, and everybody's gonna notice if you stop making Commander roasts. That's the shark I've been running from in my head for like the last 2 years. Is like, you're not actually funny, you're not actually entertaining. They only like, you just keep throwing this shit out there, and if you ever stop, everyone will turn on you. Which we all have an internal dickhead. I know that he's full of shit. Don't worry about that, you guys. I know that it's bullshit. And so taking a break from it, I've been able to realize, like, oh, that is made up. The roasts were very good for exposure. That can be true, and it doesn't mean that my life has to revolve around doing them. And so I'm trying to feel that a little bit more viscerally before I hop back on the train. But that's the problem with the roasts. They are, when I do a really good one, it's like best investment ever. I made $200 for an hour of work. I got 500 subscribers. Perfect. If a roast does bad, I feel like I wasted my whole day. But how is that possible, Maldhound? You said you only worked on it for an hour. I don't know. Time's not linear. Time's not linear. Yeah, I'm in sales, and I spend 50% of my time on and off the clock worried about hitting numbers, and the ADHD means I'm never truly free of the stress, but it's a lot easier when you are hitting the numbers, and when you are not, it feels like a terrible downward spiral. Yep, that's what it is. That's what it is. Mal, do you have ADHD? Because it sounds like me. I have not been officially diagnosed. I saw a psychiatrist, and I said I was interested in being assessed for ADHD, and they said there was definitely something wrong in there, but they said that it would be morally unconscionable and medically dangerous to give me stimulants. I'm hot like that. I was I was doing my hot boy shit a little too hard in front of that psychiatrist. Meowsy Cat, that is a for real quote from my psychiatrist. He used the exact words morally unconscionable and medically dangerous to prescribe me a stimulant. The therapist did not say to get fucked. He prescribed me a mood stabilizer. This white boy is too quirked up for Addies. That was essentially the diagnosis I get. No, no, no. He thought I was bipolar, and he thought having a Adderall prescription would push me into a manic episode. So he wasn't like, get out of here, druggie. He was like, you need medication, just not this one. Right. And then is there any other trying to think if there's any other stuff we need to go over content wise. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Welcome back to the dog pile. Stimulants and mood stabilizers, this is the way. I say this as an ADHD and bipolar person. LMAO. I will say, I have since spoken to that'll be too much vamping. That'll be too much vamping. Hey, Maul, bipolar is often a misdiagnosis for autism. Sure, you're on it though. Yeah, I mean there is a non-zero amount of my previous emotional variance and temper problems that could probably be attributed to being in a relationship in which I was being mistreated and made to feel crazy all the time. But I don't want to sound conspiratorial. I don't want to sound conspiratorial. I don't want to say like I don't want to talk about like crazy hypotheticals like if in my current life where I don't have people mistreating me and making me feel crazy, I've been able to wean off my mood stabilizers in a supervised manner and feel better and healthier. That would be ridiculous. That would be totally ridiculous. So we're not going to talk conspiracy theories like that. How do providers even diagnose autism if you don't go in for that specifically? So every psychiatrist's office will have a little bucket of Legos, and typically when you go in one, they'll lift the bucket up and they'll shake it a little, and they'll go, "Here, boy." And if you look for too long, autism. It's a shame. Oh, weird. Mine had a train set. Yeah, that's level 2. You gotta get special permits for the train set. I teach autistic toddlers. That's not far off. Okay, we're gonna rerun an ad break, and then we're gonna bust into it with Mr. Lebowski's deck. Thank you all for your patience during the vamp timer. I remembered the last thing. I remembered the last thing. Jace's cat, thank you for the random smasher pass. Let's see what it is. That's just a bird. Bloomborough rules. I would not adopt it. That looks like a bird of prey. It has death touch, which I'm assuming means some type of disease that would kill me if it scratched me. I would keep a bird feeder in my yard for it. But otherwise, that's it. Right, the one last thing. So, update to the deck roasting process. Because the free roast streams are going to become bullet roasts, what I would like to move to is, I pitched this idea to Elk, and I think they've been using it with decent success, is every stream I'm going to begin raffling one freebie. Now that is dependent on the streams going to time, or going within time. So I doubt we're going to do a freebie today because Ko-Fi sold more than I told them to sell. I told Ko-Fi, hey, put 4 in stock. Put 4 in stock. They sold 5. So we're going to go a little over today anyway. But on future roast streams, so Wednesday would be the next opportunity for this. If I can get it done, in a reasonable time frame, we're going to raffle one roast at a random time during the stream. And then we're going to have the bullet roast streams that are much more like, think like Squid Game elimination style. And that's how we're going to separate those. So if you're somebody who wants a deck roast, you've been unable to get one, or they're too expensive, I'm hopefully going to be able to give you a chance to get one every single stream now. Jingle, jingle, jingle. I love you. That's everything. I's crossed. T's dotted. Videos published. All right. Is that related in any way to channel points being usable for roasts? Yes. What I'm probably going to do, absolutely, Agumon. Please say fuck ice. Is that related in any way to channel points being usable for roast? Yes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a very expensive redeem for get a free roast for channel points. If somebody uses it, that will claim the raffle. And so then we can get some like classist infighting where if you are the channel point proletariat, you can just buy the free roast for the day the moment you get here, but then nobody gets a raffle, and then they all blame you. J.K. Rowling's in the Epstein files? Where? Doing what? We can't, no. But You Were Where with Who is going to be playing on repeat in my mind the whole fucking time now. Good God. All right, no more ado. Certainly not about nothing. Opening the Blue Sky link. Hold on. J.K. Rowling's team invited Jeffrey Epstein to the Deathly Hallows play and to a Harry Potter dinner. Good fucking God. Okay. Deck roasting. Mr. Lebowski. Time to get him. This is a silly deck. Hold on. I have to start recording. God, we almost didn't record this for Mango. That would have been devastating. All right, first, we have Mr. Lebowski with a silly deck. Behold, a bracket 2 typal deck that wins with Thoracle. Enjoy. Somehow I doubt I will. Abishan Cephalid Brunch, a Cephalid typal deck. So we are going to fairly self-mill with Thassa's Oracle. It's bracket 2 despite the prominent game changer because it is extremely slow. The only true combo in the deck involves Mirror of Fate and requires Thoracle to have been exiled by our opponents first. What is Mirror of Fate? Hold on. Okay, so Thoracle, Evil Devil from the Bible, Mirror of Fate. Sack it. Get 7 face-up exiled cards you own. Exile your library. Put the chosen cards on top. Oh, so you. That's the funniest fucking Uno reverse I've ever seen. That's the funniest. That's so fucking funny. What? Swords to Plowshare's Thoracle. You've activated my fucking trap card. Oh my god. I think the only problem here is this is devastatingly unrealistic, right? Because if Thoracle hits the field, for it to be exiled, then you should already have like a trigger to win the game, right? And so it would have to be like exiled from your library. Like this is deep, like this isn't Swords to Plowshares tech. This is like Praetor's Grasp tech. Yeah, Bojuka Bog, you mill it and they Bojuka Bog it. Viv, thank you for the $5. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. All right, I'm with it. Good God, these are some bad cards. Okay, this one is a good card, right? This one is a combo card. Do we have manaless targeted abilities? Okay, we do, but it requires us to. We have manaless targeted ability for each cephalid we control. We have the devil here. Good for you. Recall. Oh, okay. All right, mono blue ramp. I see you. Famously fair card, Treasure Cruise. All right. There we go. Okay, propaganda. That's sure. Sure. The actual good propaganda. Yeah. Web of Inertia, they may... Oh, that's disgusting. Are you just running every fucking cephalid? You've gotta be. Cephalid in the flavor text, baby. Son of a bitch, man. Alright, fuck other blue players. Only me. Oh, cephalids specialize in lose-lose situations. My fault, dude. My fault. Oh, hold on. Is that evil? Yeah, tap and untap. Tap a permanent. If I tap an opponent's creature, I may draw a card. That's a little hot. Oh, man. What is... I'm just imagining... How do I flip you? I'm trying to imagine this staring me down during a Commander game, because that's what I fucking feel like this is. It's obvious. I was gonna try to get you on it not being bracket 2 because it has Thassa's Oracle, but like, why the Oracle? To prove a fucking point. To do this. To stare at your opponents the entire game mogging them as a fucking octopi, dude. That's why. What other reason do you need to be like, yeah, I won with my Sea Scryer deck? It's fu- Wonder how we gonna block dragons. Shut the fuck up. If a dragon swings at you, you die like an adult. All right, does this even work? We have a one lander. I kind of want to keep this one lander. All right, Vedelkin, not a cephalid, but we're grandfathering him in. This is such a bad card. Oh, but it mills one. My fault. Never mind. Playable. Yeah, all right. So, Otherworldly Gaze. Do I have... So we want fetch lands, but I also want a turn 2 play. Fuck, man. All right. I'm going to keep this on top. I play a fetch land because we have to thin the deck. We got to thin the deck. I play Codex Shredder. I mill a card. I hit my third land because God loves me. I play Milliken? Or would this... No, I have an unblockable 1/2. The beatdown plan is happening. The beatdown plan is occurring. I mill one more card. I swing my unblockable 1/2 on turn 4. And I play Charmed Pendant. I mill one, I mill another one. I get this. No, at this point I think I would go Unctus. I swing my unblockable 1/2. I get to draw and discard, right? Okay, upkeep Surveil 1. Fuck this mana rock. Mill 1. Mill 1. I float a blue mana. I'm cooking. I play Milliken. Holy God. Hedron Archive. Alright. Cephalid Looter, mill 1. Pendant, mill 1. I float 2 blue. I float 2 blue. It's fucking happening. I use the 2 blue for Hedron Archive. I swing this guy. Draw, discard. Fuck Think Tank. I mill 1. No! Whelming Wave! Alright, it's turn 7. If anybody has even, like, thought about us, we've died. We're not even on a like lieutenant in Bleach situation. We are like a depowered person with a kitchen knife. We are Maki's mom waiting for Maki to come through and soften everybody up. That's why you don't swing. I need my loot though. I need my loot. Also, the idea that one solitary 1/2 is the only thing standing between us and extinction is a little bit hopeful. All right. Well, I can play my commander. Do I have... Okay, so this actually does matter. I tap out for my commander because now... I can tap all my blue creatures without swinging. So on somebody else's turn, I tap this to draw a discard, which triggers an Unctus draw discard. Actually, I could have sequenced this to also have Hedron Crab out and mill 1, so I'll do that. But other people's turn, we Unctus, draw, discard. Wait, he's not a Cephalid, so we would have done the Path Mage. And then we're stuck there. And then I just Codex Shredder myself. Alright, for 2 blue, I get this thing into play. So now if I discard lands, I can pay 1 to draw. This guy's going to use all my mana. So mill 1. Draw, discard. Alright, discard. Pay 1. It's happening. I get my other draw, discard. Think twice is here. Holy shit. Well, listen, man, you're definitely bracket 2, but I think you've got some bracket 1. I think you've got some bracket 1 security officers in white coats coming to collect you. We have Wonder, so that gets dumped. We tap. This is a crab. We tap this guy. Draw, discard. Mill 1. Gosh dang it. Mill 1. Gosh dang it. Keep watch is very silly. Do I want to do this Sage? I think maybe. I use 3 colorless. Pay 1, draw a card. So 3 colorless, 1 blue, play this guy, draw 3, discard 2, pay 1, draw a card, and I would... Thought Reflection's cute as hell. Pay 1. God, man. God, I am hurting. This is so much fucking sequencing. Oh, and I missed a mill 3. I missed mill 3 for this fucking Hedron crab. So it's turn 9, we're 50 cards deep. I think you said no sooner than turn 9, but probably turn 11. This is adorable. This is so bad. There's so many things we could do to make it better, and none of it is what we should do. The gimmick here is I am using all cephalids, and we are honestly milling ourselves to a Thoracle win. Fucking how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop looking deck? Alright, mill 3. There goes our Thoracle. I'm going to put you over to the side, because we're going to have to get you back at some point. Mill, pay 1, draw. Draw. Oh, wait, that is a recursion piece. Pay another 1, draw. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Play Thought Reflection. Should have played this first, but who cares? Mill 1. Wait, we can't tap that because it's not a cephalid. Draw 2, discard 1. Draw 2, discard 1. Draw 2, discard 1. Okay. It kind of seems like Thought Reflection for sure holds the deck together. Yeah, I feel like if we get Illusionist or if we get Thought Reflection, I mean, it is turn 11 in a Commander game. The dinosaur player has long since eaten us and shat out our bones. All right. So I guess then my question on the theming is, where are we drawing the line between this is an octopus card and this is a card the deck needs to function? Because I can see on Thought Reflection, we have some cephalids on there. That's important. Ebuera, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. We have some cephalids. I don't see any cephalids. Mainly for the purposes of, like, what we could do to make this deck conceivably better. Because the obvious thing is to wheel, right? If we just wheeled over and over, that's still technically bracket 2, but that does a much better job of working us through our deck and getting us new cards to utilize. And if every card is a cephalid, that makes sense. And I can see some of these are like, that guy has tentacles. That looks weird and freaky, like octopi do. This is a bush, though. So where's the line? Purely vibes. Interesting. Can you elaborate to me on the vibes of a bush? On why that works as the cephalid Is it because there's water on it? It's blue. Good point, Owen. Or okie dokie. Good point. If we're going purely on vibes, I think that makes Hydroelectric Specimen racist in this deck. Interesting. And this has not a goddamn thing. The vibe of this is I like drawing cards, you little fucking liar. the, the vibe of betrayal is, oh man, this is incredibly functional in this shit pile that I've made. Octopi betray people. And you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Because like deep analysis, hell yeah. Fact or fiction, octopus lie. Cephalids know things. Cephalids know things. Has a cephalid on it. Cephalids are pedantic. I got fucking nothing. There's liquid on the card, and cephalids are wet. Cephalids love boats. Perfect. God, this is terrible. I would love to make it. Hmm. Opponent. God damn it. Ugh. Retraced image for land drops is obscenely funny. That is very, very, very funny. Okay. Mm, actually, yeah. What? Cephalids look freaky. This card, I see some tentacles on it. The only thing I want to sell you on here is we can maybe copy our best cephalid, and the two things that seem to be in the playtest we did, the two things that were moving it along the most is Cephalid Illusionist, which we did not see, but that's a triggered ability, and Unctus, being able to draw a discard over and over and over again. And this does hit both of those. It does trigger Thoracle, yeah. This can also allow you to play Thoracle early, and then you can hold this in your hand and it'll be like, ha! We got him! The Thoracle's already on the board. And then you just, oop! Thoracle 2, bitch. But other than that, is there anything? Hold on, is there... I need a fucking art tag for this guy. Tentacle. Yep. Tentacle, cephalid, octopus. That's what we're going to be working with. That's what we're going to be working with, all right? Art, tentacle, O-tag, impulse. Do we have anything? Fuck me running, dude. O-tag, draw. Drag under would be actually, you know what? You might actually be able to use this to interact with the board, which I do think disqualifies it from the deck. Can't do frantic inventory. Fuck Jace, man. Kiora's a merfolk, which is very different. Metal Locker and Drowned Diner is not really anything. Rhyme Chill, I don't think is anything. You said you had a rule about no actual octopi. Stupefying Touch is actually okay interaction. Well, no, it's not. I'm tricking myself. I want so badly to love this deck that I'm lying to myself. Truly horrifying. You wouldn't put apes in your humans deck. That's... Wow. Wow. You wouldn't put apes in your human deck. You motherfucker. I think this is mostly perfect. This is truly, truly terrible. Like anybody who loses this, anybody who loses to this deck should be deeply ashamed. And that's a beautiful thing. The entirety of this deck is like, oh, what are you playing? Oh, I'm playing dinosaurs. Oh, what are you playing? I'm playing vampires. Oh, what are you playing? I'm playing birds. All right, Rick, what are you playing? See you in 20 turns, bitch. That's funny as hell. Tremendous bit. This is... Oh, we do have a little bit of interaction. Okay. Okay. Do we have... We have a... Okay. Okay. We have... No. It is bracket 2. I'm inclined to agree with their assertion that it is at the bottom of bracket 2. It is digging through the bottom of the barrel. It has splinters under its toenails. But it is bracket 2 because the dumb thing we built around is specifically a way to win the game. We did it in the worst way possible, but we did do a, like, the theme is winning with this card. And because the theme is winning, I agree that we have to be in bracket 2. But man, is it a funny fucking bracket 2. And Tario, thank you for the 65 streams, and Poisoned Reasoning, thank you for the 55. Also, Brackish Brit, thank you for the 20. So I'm gonna call this peak. This is awesome. This deck is phenomenal. I think it is one of the first, if not the only bracket 2 deck where you could show me the game changer and I would be like, okay. Go ahead, dig in your butt, twin. No infinites, no combos. You're betting that you can mill yourself out 2 cards at a time before I can kill you? Do you know how fucking rude that is? You know how fucking rude it is to sit down with this deck and be like, yeah, I will in fact get to an honest Thoracle with Cephalid Looter and a 6-mana 3/3 commander before you can kill me. That's like if somebody issued you a death threat and you were like, yeah, well, I'm gonna drain 10 drops of blood every 5 minutes, and I bet I get there before you do, bitch. And then you just lay in the tub. What happens if they mill the Thassa? Codex Shredder can bring it back. Argivian Restoration can bring back Codex Shredder, which can bring back Thassa. Flood of Recollection can bring back Argivian Restoration, which can bring back Codex Shredder. Lazotep Quarry can bring it back. Mystic Sanctuary can bring back Restoration, which can bring back Codex Shredder. Recall can do it. So they have a couple. And the goal is to get through the whole deck, and so you probably see some of them. This is awesome. All right, we're gonna go to the manual ad break and move on. Lebowski, try out Fractured Realm. I think if there was like, because there are so few cards that are so high impact, I think we lean into those more. And I think if you do want to find ways to make it slightly more effective, any tentacly trigger doublers, that's what you want. We're going to go to the manual ad break and check out Jace's Cat's custom card before we move on to, who did I say was going second? Elikman's Deck Roast. Hey, thank you, Poro. All right, we have got Birdo, Bombastic Bird. A 4-mana Jeskai 4/3 with flying. Tornado, 2 mana and tap it. Remove an attacking creature from combat, you get an experience counter. Float, if a creature you control with flying would deal damage to an opponent or permanent, it deals that much damage plus the amount of experience counters you have instead. Sick, print it. Sick. Send it right now. That's awesome. Boss, opinion on Gyruda in 2026 that doesn't seek to just combo mill. Probably fine. Probably okay. Yes, Helios, let simple things be simple. Let children have joy. Agumon, this is very literally a 3k point redeem, but Jace's cat asked to go first because they're about to leave. Boss, how does one go about building a deck like the one we just saw? I want to build a silly bracket 2 deck like that, but I don't know what to do. Oh, it's definitely weak, Jace's cat. If you wanted to make it less weak, I mean, you would really just knock down the mana cost on removing an attacking creature from combat. If you made it 1 or you made it 0, it's less bad. Or you could knock off the mana cost on the commander itself, and this could be like a 3 mana, like just Jeskai 3/3, or a Jeskai 3/2 if you wanted to keep the like power bigger than toughness. Or you could give him vigilance, yeah. So that he could so you could like swing commander damage and then protect yourself, or swing him, remove him from combat if there was nothing else you wanted to remove that rotation. All right, Agumon. Lune, Hope for Tomorrow, a 3 mana 1/3. When you cast an instant or sorcery, add mana equal to the mana symbols of that spell. Activate only once each turn. Elemental Genesis. No, we can't give people Storm. No, it's not allowed, and it's not allowed when you float mana, you fuck. Absolutely not. Go to hell and die. Go away. And I say that because I want it, and I know that I cannot be trusted with it. We saw this with Storm. You can't just give shit Storm. You can't. It's 4 mana you have to pay. If only I had a way to float free mana. Oh no. However, would I pay 4 mana in a deck that had green? If only there was some ability you had put on the card that let me float that mana. Reckless. Reckless and churlish. Angwar Ace, thank you for the tier 1 sub with the 7th month in a row. Welcome back to the dog home. Yeah, no shot. No shot. All right, we're going to hit Helios's custom card. Actually, no, we're going to move on to Elikman's deck because we have 4 more decks to do. Banana, if you like going infinite, do Anzrag. If you don't like going infinite, do Roxanne. Okay, Elikman has a spooky deck. I am become death, discarder of cards, and also paralyzer of analysis. The uncertainty principle. Oh, it's a Norman Osborn deck. Okay. And it's a budget Norman Osborn deck. Our blood token's a discard outlet. You know, yeah, almost. Yeah, almost, okay? They kind of are. They're not a good one, but they don't have to be a good one. And she, on enter or damage, but whenever we discard a card, she gets a counter. So she's probably going to be big enough if we do, like, you know, Faithless Looting, we do big score, all that type of shit. Okay. Counters. Okay, 3 good cards, and then 1 guy who snuck in the back, but he has Norman Osborn on him. Wow, 18, that's a lot. 13, that's a lot, but for good reason. Bad cards with synergy. I get Drakes. This is a good card. This is a good card that people just use badly. This is. I will not accept you besmirching the name of Faithless Looting. Oh yeah, that's a bad card with synergy. Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's a bad card with synergy. Let's go. Below rate cards with synergy! Jesus, that is a terrible card. Perfect. Perfect. Exile the top 3 cards. You may play them. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, you may free cast them. I like that. I like that. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, deals that much damage to each opponent. A little uninspired, but yeah, that works with it. That works with it. You guys are fucking awesome. What the fuck are you? Disrespect on my man's name. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a card. That is a card below rate. That card is about 10 miles below the rate any fucking commander player wants to play. That's the good trash. Oh, okay. I think you are lying to me. I think you just really like this art. Blowout maneuvers. We can, okay, reanimate a lot. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. All right, we have 1 good card and then 3 crack dreams. Burn. How much life do you think people have? Chat, you can get in on this too. What do we think the starting life total is in Commander? Do we think it's 5? That's a good guess. That would make this card good. I would let you tag this card with burn. At least 14. Yeah, we could still call it burn there. 67, not quite. I can only count to 4. Really good. Really good. Really good. It does burn damage. What do you mean? I mean... I mean that if I walk up and I flick you on the wrist, I can't go, yeah, I just hit you with my kung fu. Or if I walk up and yell, judo chop, and then go like this, that doesn't make it karate. It does do burn damage. This is the same fucking thought process as all the people who play opt and they're like, it's draw. It says draw on it. All right, that's some good burn. That's some good burn. This could be some good burn. All right, 3 every time. All right, all right. That's possible. I would like to see some stuff that could do a little bit more storming. These all seem like fine, good cards. Nefarious card. Holy shit. 30? Listen, man, I'm a card toucher. This is addict behavior. This is addict behavior. If I don't see some Stormkiln artists and some medallions, you are in trouble, brother. This man is tricking women into having families so he can throw the babies in the dumpster so he can grab them back out and be a hero. That's how deep in the plot Alec Man is. What the fuck? 30 copies. 30 equivalent copies of Demand Answers in a fucking Dream. My God. Okay. I can understand what would drive you to do this. I could understand what would drive a man to do this. It does make me think that your ramp oh, interesting. So oh my God, you don't care about Norman Osborn. Oh, you little freak. You're a Green Goblin main. We're staring at Big Score. It's speaking to us like the Green Goblin mask. It's like, you can go card neutral. It'll be fine. Mayhem's like drawing the card. Mayhem's just as good as drawing the card. We don't ever need to actually draw anything. Oh, and we got Shark Daddy. Fuck yeah. Fleam! Okay. So... Oh, all right. Let me contextualize all this in my head. I like it. I see it. I feel it. I'm moving with it. What I think is we have relatively few engines, right? We have a couple of really good ones. If we get Inti, right? That's hot. Neheb, possibly very hot. Shadow of the Goblin could actually be a very good payoff here. Monument to Endurance can do a lot for us. That one baddie, Keeper of Secrets, could do a lot for us. We lack a lot of like powerful individual pieces, and so we are actually hoping to do some type of soft storm plan. If we're hoping to do a soft storm plan, I would consider replacing some of these signets and talismans with medallions, which is going to sound greedy and bad because it doesn't help you fix. So that might be a thing you have to manage within the land base. But like, Big Score makes us mana. Grab the Prize doesn't. Frantic Search does. Faithless Looting doesn't. Electric Revelation doesn't. Demand Answers doesn't. You wanted me to be less responsible. This is probably my least responsible deck. Right, but like we can be irresponsible and still have an idea. Like the Joker's not a responsible man and he's still like put the C4 under the buildings instead of up his own butt. That's kind of what I'm talking about here. Cuz I like this and I want to live the Storm Dream with you. And I think to live the Storm Dream, we don't have to be highly responsible. There are maybe little edits we could make that would make this work better or might make this work better. Let's go to the playtest and see how likely it is that it does get stuck. Oh, you greedy bitch, we have anger. We have Rodney Haste Enabler for all of our fucking cantrips. Beautiful. Beautiful. If we get Behold the Sinister Six, this is the best card ever. If we don't get it, then it's terrible. Alright, so we don't have Ramp, but we do have Ultimate Green Goblin. We do have Big Score. We have Prismari Command. We can try to rock with it. So we go Command Tower, pass. I go Land. I go Demand Answers. Anger, get out of here. Draw 2. Beautiful. Turn 3. Play that. Get Malcolm down. Turn 4. Flippy Flippy. Fuck Norman Osborn. I play Green Goblin. I get to draw a discard. I don't have my next land drop, so I think I'm dumping... Oh my fucking god, I free cast Talisman of Creativity. Fuck out of here, Lebowski. There's only one man at the top, and he is Grixis. Okay, I see the dream. I still believe... Boo! You are still... Don't worry, Lebowski. You're still at the peak. You're just sharing it right now. I still think this is medallion angle, particularly if we want to try to do, like, multiple spells a turn. We go to our next turn. All right, we hit our land drop. We go Cathartic Reunion. I discard Big Score. I discard Chakra Meditation. I'll spend 1 in a red to Big Score. I'll discard Bitter Triumph. I'll draw 2. I've played my land drop. I will spend 1 blue to Chakra Meditate, getting Big Score back. And I'll spend 1 black to Bitter Triumph something, and I'll pay 3 life. We'll get this land out of here. I have 2 treasures too, but I don't want to use them yet because there's not a good enough reason to use them over stockpiling them. Oh no, and I missed the draw for Cathartic Reunion. Would have dropped that too. Turn 6. We do this. Near Div cares about casting a spell from a graveyard. So I'll pay 3 to get her. And now we want to take a shithead turn. So Big Score, discard Windfall, 2, draw 2. Spend 2 treasures on Windfall. Discarding Signet, 2 treasures, draw 2, free Signet. I think I go treasure into Signet into Unstable Experimentation. I had at least 1 near div trigger. Yeah, I did 1 of those spells from Grave. So near div becomes a 3/3. I go Experiment. I make Somebody Connive. I draw. Ooh. 2 treasures. Get Chariot, near div trigger, draw. Discard Ignite the Future to set it up for flashback. Next turn. We have 1,000,000 mana. We should hopefully be winning the game. Draw. Is there anything I really, really want to discard? I mean, I can do this, and then I can pay 1 mana for Evora. I'm just going to put counters on this to track the zombies, because this is way too fucking many. Yes, Drakara. Near div trigger, draw a card. Do I have 7 lands? I do. This is not going to be a blowout maneuver. Are you assuming your opponents don't have interaction when doing this? I do at least 1 playtest where I'm like, everything goes well for us. Because those games happen. Straight up. They might not happen for your meta. And if you to anybody watching, if you play in a meta where everybody has like 3 removal spells taped to the inside of their thigh at all times, I'm sorry for you. I am assuming that because this is a game plan that is a little bit slower to get going, Elikman can politically navigate not getting like swords to plowshared immediately, and will instead get to do all of this and then get board wiped. So I think I spend 1 red to faithlessly loot. That is really rough. That is really rough to hit all these lands. I'll discard these 2 guys. Green Goblin comes back out. This guy goes up near div trigger. Here's Burning Vengeance. Red, black. Here's Chainer. Bam. Draw. Near div trigger. So I have 6 power worth of zombies. I have a flying Death Toucher. I've discarded 2 cards this turn. I swing this guy. I discard this. I draw 3 because I've discarded. That was my 3rd card this turn. Main phase 2, I stick this. Near div trigger. Oh, and I would have swung this guy too, which would have involved discarding Magmakin Artillerist. I would have brought him back. Near div trigger. From here, we definitely win. Like, I don't know what the path is. But we definitely win from here. That playtest has convinced me even more so on the medallion plan versus talisman plan, because we were not having that many problems with our pips, but we were constantly being like, this is like, we're like 1 mana short of doing even more of the thing that we want to do. I love this. This is a beautiful little Factorio mod you have in front of us, Elikman. I think for non-deterministic Grixis discard storm, pretty good. We are woefully ignoring half of Norman Osborn. That's okay. He's a complicated card with a lot going on. Alec, thank you for the raid. We're looking at a Norman Osborn deck. And there was definitely, Razak was pointing out, Malcolm would have had haste because we discarded anger. Like, there's definitely stuff in that playtest that wasn't even optimal. And the deck did come together to make a very imposing board state by turn 5 to 7. That's solid. Extremely rare anger W. In fact, we might even... You might even have to live here, Elikman, as the lone person who has a deck with anger in it, where anger's actually a good card. So I like the vibe. When goldfishing, I usually run him out turn 2 to fix my hand and flip him rather than cast him as goblin. Now you're fucking up. Now you're fucking up. Oh, true. I think we have like, we have so many 2-drops that I understand you're saying like, oh, it's to fix my hand, but we have so many 2-drops that the idea to me that we want to play him and then wait a turn rather than play one of the other 2-drops that sets us up even faster, that doesn't seem correct with how like responsible the loot section is. Like, if you needed more... Oh god, this hand is why. This hand sucks. Never mind, you're so good. That hand's hot garbage. My lord. Drakehaven. Draw, discard. Draw, discard, pay 1 Drake. Oof. Oh. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Okay, so I think I would recommend definitely go medallions, because if you get one in your opening hand, they both ramp you into a turn 3 green goblin. It seems like you have done a good enough job with the land base that you are allowed that greed. And I think a medallion in the opening hand does so much more for the deck than any of the talismans or signets over the course of a game. If you like run into them in the mid game, I think there are situations where talismans or signets are more valuable because you might need like one more red pip. But I think most of the time, being able to go like, oh yeah, big score is now mana positive instead of mana neutral. I'm tweaking. I'm tweaking. I also, depending on how much you love where this motherfucker at? Where is your big the tag me when I lie? Yeah, this one. I would recommend a different blowout maneuver than Ignite the Future and Increasing Vengeance. I believe in Behold the Sinister Six. Malcolm is just a very, very good value engine. I think blowout maneuver is a little pie in the sky, but we all get that way about the birdmen that we love. I think you should have something else that is just a like self-contained bomb that's a little bit more achievable, because most of your deck is just uh synergy factory go. It is I am playing Factorio, and all of the good things that happen for my deck is when I set Factorio to 2x speed or 4x speed. And I think it may be more satisfying to have one or two cards where you could just play this and the big thing would happen. That is up to you. But I'm talking about like just one fat ass. All three were suggested by Veggie, but I'm not married to them. Of course he fucking did. He loves taking game actions but not winning. Watch Decked Out. Would Emmett Selk not be good here? Let me think. I am not universally convinced by Emmett Selk, because Elikman has made this curve such that, and I'm thinking about the graveyard Emmett Selk. The spells from your graveyard cost 2 less to cast. So of the third seat, my worry is that we don't have very many cards that have 4 or more colorless mana costs. And so the medallions are really, really good because there's a lot of spells, a lot of very good spells that have like 3. Think like Big Score has 3. That one Green Goblin we wanted to stick had 3. There's a lot of things where 2 or 3 cover all of their colorless. 4, we start to waste him a little bit. Now, if you combine this, what's up, Myth? How you doing? If you combine this with the spell that deals damage when you cast from a graveyard, or with Shadow of the Goblin, that is some crazy juice. That is some crazy fucking juice. If you... Oh, Rasak has a good point. Mauled, how does one actually think about build a land base that isn't just finding the expensive fetch shock surveils for every deck ever? Well, it involves picking what are the colors I actually need and then doing it for those colors specifically. I'll go more into that after we talk about this deck. I think this might be your blowout maneuver. Right? Are you with me? Do you feel me? Are you in this Denny's with me? And do you feel the presence of Jesus Christ casting 10 fucking copies of Big Score? Obviously, the spell doesn't copy, but you have Big Score equivalents in the deck. That's a little hot. I like that a lot. Because you're with increasing vengeance, right? I don't have, or not increasing vengeance. With Ignite the Future, I don't have a super high degree of faith that whatever three cards we find are gonna do enough. Mizzix's Mastery, if we have taken some game actions, we are gonna take a lot of fucking game actions. I don't think we're currently on Past in Flames. Because we're not getting like a broad spectrum graveyard reduction. We only get it when we discard it that turn. Yeah, I love Mizzix's Mastery. Now, another thing, if I could just get a little bit more grounded with you for a moment, Alec, man. Another thing that's really important is, expected value that you're getting out of each spell, which is part of why I didn't love Ignite the Future, right? We have an unknown expected value. Maybe we can pay 6 mana, but we're getting 3 cards off the top. One's probably going to be a land. One of them is probably going to be a 2 mana loot spell. Like, the EV just isn't very high. Versus if we were to spend, the same amount of mana on, like, if you spend 5 mana, you want to get at least 5 mana. But what if you spent 5 mana or 6 mana and we got 13 mana? Listen to me. If Scryfall would fucking load so this bit could finish, thank you. What if we spent 6 mana? We talked about not being responsible. How about you get to the fucking casino, brother? What? I have a copy. Let's go. Yes. Yes, sir. Let me first see. I'm going to do a speed color fixed playtest just to get to a point where we can pretend that we would have danced with Calamity. Actually, we play this. Holy shit, we don't have black mana. That's so funny. Holy fuck, we still don't have black mana. Holy fuck, we still don't have... Oh, we had 2 treasures. Never mind, we had black mana. Shut the fuck up. So 1 treasure's down. 1 treasure's down. We have 1 treasure up. Inti... This guy flies. Discard this. Exile top. Play this for land. Play this for free. Probably... This guy's a counter on. I think we go to combat first. We discard this guy. Exile the top. Play him for 2 red. Turn that into Izzet. Make this guy connive. But we draw a card first. Draw, discard. Bam, bam. I get the chariot. Okay. So here's a spot where we have... it's turn 5. We have synergy stuff out. Let's pretend that we are able to loot a Dance with Calamity out and see how good the hits are. Scourge Familiar, 5 mana. Land. Land. 9 mana, but we have Captain Howler and Scourge Familiar. I'm a gambling. 10, we get a removal spell that lets us discard a card. And we can choose the order we cast in. I'm not stopping. 12, we get Cathartic. So you would get to Scourge Familiar, Captain Howler, discard a card, and then Cathartic Reunion. With these motherfuckers on board. This... Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Do it again. Land. Frantic Search, we explode. So I'm with it. I'm with Dance with Calamity for one of your blowout maneuvers. I think you The deck seems like the game is meant to take a long enough time that you could get to its natural casting cost, but even if it doesn't, like at 6 mana, this is a straight up good card. At 6 mana, this is just like good. 6 to like 8 to maybe get 13, but to probably get 10, very greedy. 6 to get 10? So my suggestion is that Mizzix's Mastery, do the medallions. This is hot. I like this. I'm a very big fan of this. I would like to applaud you for not getting lost in the sauce of trying to take Norman Osborn in 8 different directions and picking the greedy thing you wanted to do and executing it. So I'm going to give you proper anger management. This is also a peak rating. Extremely good job. We're going to the manual ad break, and we're going to talk about Demon Daddy! Oh, actually, hold on. Big if true. So Nightscape's hard cuts, please. I think for... All right, so I would say Ignite the Future. Unstable Experiment. This is one of the weaker ones. Oh, a lot of these are so close together. Mythologist, thank you for the 14 months at Tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. Probably for what we're trying right now, probably Lost in the Damned. I know it's a good payoff for casting stuff from elsewhere, but this is one of the ones where if we're going towards medallions, we want to keep things that are expensive and cut things that are pip restrictive. This is a mostly pip restrictive card. And in that same notion, I think Vohar is the weakest of your looters. I don't think it's necessarily cuttable, but if you keep having to make, hard decisions, it's up there for me. God, Increasing Vengeance is really, really cute. Dog. I can't! Not the one copy of the game, bro! We're spending the whole game in the corner with Legos. And then we hear somebody try to board wipe and we're just like, huh? No, I have a permit. No, fuck you. Stop. Stop. What are you doing? Stop. No, what are you doing? Please. We don't cut that though. You do need it and you will probably draw into it because you have so much loot. I am not a massive lover of Nibelheim of Flame here. Both of the playtests that we did, we had multiple synergy creatures that we wanted to keep alive. They were very, very valuable. They were very good. Even though we could like discard our hand and draw 4 as a nice payoff, most of the things we wanted to do relied on having another synergy creature on board that we would have shot with a gun if we cast Nibelheim. I know he's in here because he's a goblin. This guy cold fucking sucks. This guy just cold sucks. God, I want Tortured Existence. If I didn't say it already, I think Unstable Experiment, but it is a good flavor card. That's a tough one for me. Ooh. Even though, actually, okay, you're double casting. Never mind. We can trigger this. If this only worked on our opponents, I would say no. Does Archfiend of Ifnir hog the spotlight too much? If by hog the spotlight you mean desperately try to keep us alive while we do this, yes. I do think he should stay in the deck, though. I think this removal should stay. And then I would change. Like the Dimir, Ignit, Izzet, and Rakdos Signet out for the medallions, and I think that makes room for everything I recommended. And Bob Logic, if I didn't already catch you, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Fucking nice MLP. But yeah, tremendous job, Alec, man. I have to go run and use the bathroom. We're going to look at one more custom card, and then it will be time for, I think I said white bread? I don't remember if I said Bob or White was going third, but that's what we're going to do. Let's look at the list. Let's look at the list that won the Lorwyn Pro Tour. How do we find this? Why did nobody register their deck Demon Daddy? This is meant to be A through E. Oh, these are last names of the people, not the deck. Is it just a Doomsday Excruciator list? Thank you, Josh Battery. Jeskai Control, get fucked. Is it Larson? Did my boy Chris do it? I see Doomsday Excruciator. Oh my god, it's the fucking... That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. Who did he beat? So Jeskai Control was up here. Five color dog shit was in the top 8 of the Pro Tour. Yeah, team your deck. Okay. Is it? That's my boy. I see a green pip in here. That's why you lost. There were 2 people on on this shit. Love a believer in Is It lessons. That's awesome. Hello, Bar of Wonder Bar. Welcome to the stream. I'm running to the bathroom. Then we are doing either Bob Logic or White Bread, if my memory will serve by the end of my piss. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. A blue-black deck won the Pro Tour, and we've looked at two decks that were both awesome. Hiss Hound has successfully struck again. Jarther, thank you for the 10-bit cheer. I was actually, we just filmed a podcast episode about Standard and how Standard was like the closest to Commander that it's ever been. Spoilers for the next episode of Good Time Boys. But I might start playing Standard on Arena. We might check this shit out. Witch Puppy and Dead One, thank you for the Twitch follows. And stop taking my name too. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome back to the dog home. Yes, Plebwing. Airball actually told me about this deck. And so I do know what they're trying to do. Yeah, you hit them, you Doomsday Excruciate, and then you Restless Reef. Dead One, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Welcome the dog home. Oh, sorry, Witch Puppy, you're in the dog house. Because my name's Maldhound, so all we do is dog puns here. Don't you get turn 3-4 Crater Hoofed? I hate Standard right now. I don't think you get Crater Hoofed. You get... Actually, you might. Fuck. Airball was telling me that... So here's why... God, we're gonna... Alright, we're gonna go to MS Paint. We're gonna vamp for a minute. Thank you, Jarther, for the 10-bit cheer. White bread bob me. Okay. So here is a graph of bad Standard. We'll do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bad, unhealthy Standard meta. And we'll say like... How do I want to represent this? We'll say percent decided. In bad Standard metas, you'll have only 2 to 3 decks that are viable. So you'll have one deck that is the aggro deck. And they're trying to decide the game by like turn 3. They top out there. Either they get you by turn 3 or 4, or you beat them. And then you have control that's playing a slower game, and you don't really know, but if it gets past like turn 6, you're probably fucked. And then you have some like blue-black mid-range deck that is kind of doing it in the middle, kind of splitting the difference of all these things. And that's bad Standard. That's bad, unsatisfying Standard. You still have all 3 pillars, but you're either playing red deck wins, you're playing the good mid-range deck, or you're playing the good control deck. The reason that Standard is allegedly very good right now... I actually need to take a picture of this so we can compare. We get the same graph. Percent D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I swear to God, that's a 5. 7, 8. What's happening now is the games are getting decided faster. Like, you still have aggro who wants to decide it by turn 3, but you have like mono green decks that are also trying to decide it by turn 3, if not turn 4. You have a Doomsday Excruciator combo deck that is like sleeping on you and then popping out with a combo turn 3, turn 4, showing you what's up. You have Bant Airbending combo who's trying to do kind of the same thing, like they stick Badger Mole and then bam, comboed out. So it's all converging much sooner. But the big difference, and why some people like Veggie like it more, is there are way, way more decks that are able to do this. Like there is like 8 or more different decks you can do that can all compete on this time frame. Right now, in Standard, it's like a tier 2 deck. So it wasn't at not in the top 8 of the Pro Tour, but it did top 8 at the regional championship. It's fucking Boros Dragons. Random ass dragons deck in the hunt with everybody. Now, if you don't like the game getting decided that quickly, standard sucks. But if your problem with standard is typically that it's not very, there's not a lot of variance in what you can play, then this standard is awesome because everything is kind of broken all together all at once. The only problem with it is control's fucking dead. Not dead, like, right? Somebody played it, somebody made it to top 8 at the Pro Tour, but control is having a very, very hard time because there are a ton of different archetypes that are all able to win the game by turn 4. So control just can't, like, that threats are better than answers. Control has too many different things they have to control, and like creature removal does not answer every deck. Counterspells do not answer every deck. Graveyard hate does not answer every deck. And so the control deck is just kind of losing to everybody because everybody's trying to do their own thing at mock idiot. But if you're not a control player, it's sick for you. If you are a control player, I'm so sorry. The hell is that graph? Don't worry about it. Yes is the graph. So I'm going to try standard and see if any of the decks are fun enough that I would like to play. Boss, don't you describe yourself as a control player? Yeah, but there are decks that I play that aren't control. Like I still play Pioneer on Arena, and I play Izzet Phoenix when I play Pioneer, which can be a little bit control-y, but is a lot more tempo. Yeah. Why are you even like? Why would you? I don't like. Guys, all of a sudden I'm supposed to know where keys are. The keys that I used to lock the house this morning. I'm supposed to know where the fuck it is. What, like, it should be in the Okay. Oh, my jaw. So yeah, standard is both cool and totally dead. Yeah, it's not in my pocket, Babadook. Let's go. Ben, you dumb son of a bitch. They're supposed to know I'm working. Die! Alright. You're back. We got you. Alright, next. White bread. This is also a silly deck. Main complaint is I cannot reliably do the thing. We do want improvements. Let me close all this down. Oh shit, I need that slide. Hold on. Break glass in case of bubble blowing babies. I am pre-muting this. Beautiful. I love it. I can't play it as we will demonetize the stream, but beautiful. Alright, so we just want to beat all the losers to death. I love that. We have Durnan and Tavern Brawler. Gotcha. What's our curve? Okay, yeah, good. Idiot style. Beautiful. I worry about this. I worry about this straight away, but... Oh god, the ginger beer. It's fighting me. Okay, I'm fine now. Darnan's great. Gruul is great. I worry about Tavern Brawler because if you're if the primary way you extract value is by cheating on your mana taxes with the Undaunted trigger from Durnan, Tavern Brawler is very likely to exile stuff that you won't be able to play. Right? You're gonna exile Apex Altasaur and then be like, oh fuck, I've skipped casting it entirely on Sun Games. Then we should reconsider its inclusion in the deck. if my commander, it's for vibes. God damn it. The ultimate defense. The ultimate defense. All right, beat the bubble blowing babies. These are our removal guys. They're not all guys, but it is all removal. Okay, sure. Player removal, kind of. That's adorable. Yeah. That is adorable. That's just a good card. I said I need all able-bodied patrons. Apex Devastator, Kate Sith, exile the top card of your library, exile the top card of your library, exile the top... Okay, bitch. No. You got away with it on Tavern Brawler. Now you're just an idiot. We have to... You stare at this mana curve and repent. Why are we exiling from the top, brother? It is a deck of things that are too expensive. Not to mention, this is literally a bubble-blowing baby. Like, this Atali's fine. Exile from the top, but we get it for free. Great. But I swear to God, like, you have a bar full of able-bodied men, and you're like, what could we do? We need money. And you've watched Durnan, the muscle wizard, pull $200 out of a hat. And then you've gone, yes, the key to everlasting wealth. Hats! Quick, everybody, we need fedoras now! We're just gonna exile all the shit we want to cast. We're just gonna exile all of it. Okay, so... Wild Wasteland, my fucking god. My fucking god. Blarg Nasari I'm rocking with, because we're free casting it. No. No. Wild Magic Sorcerer, we're gonna cascade what we get with Durnan, so that makes sense. Pika Puff, thank you for the 18 months at tier 1. What are we doing in this deck? We are misunderstanding what constitutes good card draw. Paying for the patrons. Okay, this seems mostly fine. 18 pieces of ramp. Lelia gets +4 on all the Durnan swings. That is not true. That is Durnan, or can somebody walk me through this? Durnan exiles 1 card. You look at the top 4. So Durnan does exile a card for her. Never mind, she's dead in the alleyway. PBS sound effect. God damn it. Mango, hit this motherfucker with the reading rainbow. Yeah, that would be a very, very good reason to play her, though. If she got +4/+4 every time that motherfucker swung. Yeah, Fire and Ice is cute, sure. Alright, so what are we doing in the ramp? It's generally greedy, but it basically all works. I also don't like this. So many of our cool things are really expensive, and unless we lean really hard into land ramp, this is another bubble blowing baby. I guess he's blowing dirt. This is a stupid child with pica attempting to eat rocks. Now, if we leaned really hard into getting lands onto field, I would believe in it. But like the guys we want are the really expensive guys. And so because we have so many mana dorks and like other cost reducers, we are more likely than not going to have fewer lands than we would need to pay for the spell normally. So I don't like him either. Turning up the heat. Okay, give some double strike. We get a big enough guy that works. Double damage, sure. There's a T-Rex in the bar, sure. Hell yeah, expensive spells. Stop countering me, double damage, okay, I can work with that. State law mandated barkeep protection. I do love the visual of a barkeep, of Durnan reaching behind the bar and picking up a wolf and chucking him at a rude patron. Like Jace walks into a bar and Durnan picks up a whole ass dog and chucks it at him. Bear is great. Cloak of the Bat, sure. SWAT, great. Okay, lots of good protection. Yeah, let's go into the playtest. Trash, I will talk about land bases after this deck. Alright, so we go land. Bubble blowing baby, but he's in a bar. We go stomping ground. We go explore. We draw a card. We land drop. Firelit thicket. We play Durnan. We make him uncounterable. Spine Rock Knoll, which has Hideaway. Give me that Hammer of Nazan. So we need to deal 7 damage for this to work. We probably go attack first. 2, 3, 4. Give me Twin Flame Tyrant. For 2 red, give me Twin Flame Tyrant. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, and see, here's the like, now we would stick Tavern Brawler because we have 3 mana and nothing else to do. And this is at the beginning of your upkeep. So untap, upkeep, we hit our land drop, you lucky, lucky rat. Play Plarg and Nasari. Or actually, we probably go to combat first. Durnan swing, 1, 2, 3, 4. We get Urabrask, who sucks, but he does look like an alcoholic, so I get it. We play him for 2 red mana. We dealt 6 to somebody. Did we... If an opponent was dealt 7 or more damage. So we're 1 short on really and truly having this. We Plarg and Nasari. Alright, on upkeep, we get something that's not Azuri's Predation. We up... Ooh, that's the Tavern Brawler Exile, and then we draw that. Oh, I haven't been hitting new turns, so we're not tracking the turns well. Some firebending in Vedelkin Orrery. Andronicus, you gotta put the pipe down right now. What I would like, and this is the note that I gave to the reanimation player earlier, I think especially for a Gruul deck, this is too much Factorio synergy, and this is not enough guys who can make you the problem by yourself. Like I think the ideal Durnan deck, especially because it's difficult to protect a 3/3 who has to swing every turn. The ideal Durnan deck is I swing Durnan, I get something where when I play it, you are now thinking, oh fuck, I have to deal with both of them. I must either kill Durnan so they don't get anything else, or I must kill the thing they put in. But the thing that I put in, must be dangerous enough that people feel compelled to kill it. Do you know what's dangerous enough to make people feel compelled to kill it? It's not 5 mana Urabrask. It is not a 5 mana 4/4. I feel compelled to tell you that as your lawyer. It's probably not even Twin Flame Tyrant. Twin Flame Tyrant is scary when we see another thing come out with it. But like by itself, Twin Flame Tyrant is like, ooh, Golf Clap, good setup. We don't want Golf Clap, good setup. We want babies shitting their pants. So I would say things like Anzrag's probably a bad example. Jumbo Cactuar is a consideration if you had more trample in the deck. But what I'm thinking of is like, if we want something that's still kind of synergy pilled, but is very, very threatening, I'm thinking like Oher Castlem. Because if you, oh my god, Scryfall, what are you fucking doing? Because if you stick something like Oher Castlem on turn 4, because we're getting Durnan ahead of curve. If you play Oher Castlem for 2 mana, and I am across the table from you, I am now 100% thinking, fuck, I have to kill both of these. Like, both of these are going to flip non-stop problems for me. And you have some of these. Because you have a Tali, right? I would say the ones that do this well, you have a Tali, you have Ralph and Mikey, you have Apex Devastator. These are problems that will have more than one problem per problem. The other direction you can take it is you need more things that, unlike Urabrask, are good at fighting. If it can be killed by the minions of Elish Norn, you probably don't want it in the deck. And so let's think about what we can achieve there, because that's really what we need. We have too many things that are just meant to push forth the synergy engine, and this deck needs to be built such that you're like, I get 2 hits a game, and I love both of them. I like that. I love Combustible Gear Hulk. Yummy, yummy in my tummy. Yeah, hey man, you've seen what you do? Print out a picture of the mana curve, show them the picture, and be like, do you want me to mill 3? The choice is yours. Trumpeting Carnosaur is another good option for like big guy that will replace himself. I don't want to weigh you down too much with responsible cards that replace themselves, but it's hard to beat a motherfucker that replaces himself. Other big ones. Thank you, Rasak. If you have played against the Dance with the Elements precon, you know how fucked up an evil Titan of Industry is. And then this connects to the other point I want to give you. We gotta stop. we gotta stop it with the payday loan card draw. And what I mean by payday loan card draw is the bubble blowing babies like Kate Sith. What I would recommend instead is you do mono green burst draw. Here is your dream play pattern for Durnan. Turn 1 or 2, I ramp. Turn 3, I play Durnan. Turn 4, I hit something big off of Durnan. Turn 5, I draw cards because I have hit such a big thing off Durnan. Everything from there is gravy. The more games we can do that, the more happy you are. How many pingers is too many pingers for Obnix? No amount. No amount. Is there any good burst stuff on creatures? If it can be an able-bodied patron, I'd like it to be. There's not good burst stuff, but there is Vaultborn Tyrant. And I may be wrong about the lack of good burst stuff. Oh yeah, Disciple of Fraelis. I don't know about able-bodied because they're just a 3/3, but they could be a co-bartender with Durnan. Gary the Dwarf, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Spirits, I think they're talking about like draw a lot of cards at once. Ooh, Soul of the Harvest. He is able-bodied. He will draw you cards. Vaultborn Tyrant will also do it. Railway Brawler is another greedy setup piece, but I do think it does quite a lot. Oh, Chimera. Oh my god. How could I forget about my favorite Henzi card? Yeah, get a fucking Elefante in here, bro. You get the goddamn Monster Hunter enemy in here right now. You get him in here right now. I board wipe you. I draw 3 cards. Thank you. Do not pass go. Do not counterspell me. Fuck you. This is the type of shit you want to be on. Because this is the type of shit where you curve out with Durnan and you get to play them the turn Durnan swings, and then everybody's going like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, man. Fuck this guy. Oh shit, Aurora Awakener would be pretty crazy. I mean, you could hit lands, but able-bodied patron, it will get you two permanents into play. That's not great, but it's not nothing. Dexter's Gaming Laboratory, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. We'll say burst draw. Commander Gruul. Type creature. Alright, so Fraelis, Gearhulk, the Eldrazi. You, if you wanted to be an absolute rat bastard, you can forcibly wheel everybody. Regal Force isn't unplayable. I don't think it's great because you don't go super wide. If you recommend another Planeswalker Lightning, I am sending you to Detroit. True, Gary, Indiana. Andronicus, we want them to be creatures. Legend of Kyoshi is like, it's a good card, but we want as much stuff. We never want to be missing on the Durnan Exile, and Durnan can only hit creatures. We're not going to have Red Devotion. Okay, so I think you're mostly limited to the stuff we brought up that is creature fall, like Vaultborn Tyrant, which means... Oh, the Kyoshi that's not a saga. It's greedy as hell, but if we love angry women who beat you to death, perfect. Yeah, she puts a lot of stats on board. She puts quite a lot of stats on board, but she doesn't do card draw. But it does give you a ton of stats so that if you play something like Rishkar's Expertise, you draw a million. So, Whitebread, I love the idea. I think you have, like most bar owners, you have not taken the necessary economics courses to understand how to operate a business. You have a great sign. You have trivia on Tuesdays. There is a general air of violence about the place. You don't know how to file for a permit, and you don't know how to balance a checkbook. So I think we are Now it's not useless. The deck works, kind of, affectionately. But I think the points we're missing. I think the points we are missing are we are doing way too much exile draw for a deck that wants to be really, really irresponsible with its mana curve, and we don't have enough creatures that can single-handedly create a threat that our opponents have to answer. So other things that would like I think Kyoshi, you have to answer. Like, she's a good pick for, you have to answer her. If I stick a turn 4 Kyoshi and I have Durnan and you have Swords to Plowshares, you're probably swordsing Kyoshi after I pass rather than swordsing Durnan. That is the situation we want to force people into. Is like, holy God, this creature's going to beat me to death. Babadook, I can relate. I did not have to play against Aurora Awakener, but I did have to play against Curious Colossus, and I hate him. I hate him so much. Hideous Taskmaster. Oh, that is pretty devious. I don't know how we feel about Eldrazi in the bar, but that's devious. Yeah, because right now, almost all of our big threats require other threats in play to become big threats. I think Atali is like the only one that is self-contained. This is a problem. Because Apex Devastator, like 10/10 no keywords, will eventually be a problem, but really you're just hoping that you cascade into a bunch of other shit off of it. Primal Storm, hey, I love gambling, right? It is a sickness, and I am going to give you your medicine. And then the rest of these are like generic value guys. So we need more things that are like Kyoshi, where it's just, oh my God, help, help, help. I'm being beaten to death by a large angry woman. The white bread pod story. We don't want everyone to have a problem. We want to have the problem. We want to have the problem and we want to kill people. Oh, absolutely not. We don't need small value. We have enough small value. Durnan is our small value. He is the only small value we need. We need Durnan, and we need to flip into Clifford the big red motherfucker. That's what we have to do. And right now, we're flipping into Clifford the mid-sized value engine. Clifford the below rate 4/4. But I think it can be fixed very, very... I'm going to pretend I didn't see Ren's resolve. This can be fixed very easily. Change your draw to caring about slamming big creatures on board. Throw in some of these other big self-contained threats we talked about, and it will cut down on the synergy a little bit, and it will give you just so much more upside. Oh shit, you know who you need? You need Flip Vorinclex. Big guy, guarantees you land drops. You can dump mana into him to cheat out more creatures, get them big, get them fighting. Plebwing, thank you for bringing up Vorinclex's name. That's your fucking boy right there. This is your fucking boy. This is the type of shit we want to be on, White Bread. Then we're moving. Is there some non-creatures that can get cut for sure so that patrons may take their place? Yes, let's do a list of cuts. Delayed Blast Fireball. Kate Sith. Dragonhawk. Lelia. Legend of Roku. Wild Wasteland. Ren's Resolve. Loot. I think the swords can go, but they don't have to. Alright. We got we got a Voltron section, and then we got the one instant speed protection spell. Hey, this was fucking strapped on us like a life alert bracelet. Don't do it, bro. I have one green mana. Don't do it. Please. Please. Okay. So keeping in mind that none of these have to go, the ones that could probably go are any of the swords, Tybalt's Trickery, Chaos Terminator Lord, oh, Tlincalli Hunter looks so cool. I think it can probably go, but it looks so cool. What if he Tybalt's Trickery his own cheaper spell? Doesn't have enough big hits. Most of this deck is still contained within 5 or less mana. It's not worth trying to counterspell yourself unless you have like unless you are cheating at the game and you know for sure what's on top of the deck. You could do Wolfgar. He's not currently in here. I like Hull Breach. And then I think that should give you some room to work with. If you need room on top of that, I would say, if I didn't already say it, Urabrask. Warp Space could then get cut after that. I like this one the most because it gives you a way to free cast the thing from exile. And after that, you could shave ramp if you want. I think you need like, I wouldn't go below like 12 or 13 pieces of ramp, but I think you could go down to like 15 without getting totally fucked. So Whitebread, thank you very much for the submission. We're going to the manual ad break, and then it's time for Bob Logic. Oh, and we'll talk about land bases. Yeah, we'll do a little 3-minute chat about land bases. Steel, I don't think they will get stuck in hand for too long, to be frank. I think if we fix the card draw issues, we will land drop into them sooner than later because we're not going crazy greedy. Like again, most of the deck happens before 5 mana. Like we don't have an incredible stuck in hand risk, we have an incredible stuck in exile risk. I get a lot of Bob Logic. I think it's because a lot of people tell me that I get their name, that I'm like one of the first presenters to get their name right on the first try. I think it's because my name gets mispronounced so much. I'm not going to leak my last name to you guys, but I have a last name that is very commonly mispronounced. Like my whole life, teachers, first dates, stuff like that. And so I am more attuned than most at being like, I wonder what this sounds like. All right. I'm going to go use the bathroom again. We're going to be right back. We're going to talk about land bases, then we're going to talk about Bob Logic's deck. All right. So, 2 minute talk on how to do land bases better. I think the best thing you can do and the most boring thing you can do is track your colors while you are building the deck. A lot of people, especially when they get into 3 color piles, like for example, Grixis. So, if you're in Grixis and you don't have good color fixing, the worst thing you can do for your land base is to build a deck that is exactly, 1/3 blue, 1/3 red, 1/3 black. You're going to have a fucking impossible time the whole game. Mox Field is really, really helpful because it will provide you a breakdown of how many pips you have and how many lands you have that produce the colors you need. But what you almost always want to do when you have a 3 color deck, now if you're in green, none of this matters because if you're in green, you run green ramp and you get the lands that you need. But what you want to be doing is you want to have your deck be like half 1 color. If we take Alec Mann's Grixis deck from earlier, that deck was a shitload of looting. Looting is a very red effect. Most of the pips that we had to deal with were red pips. And then after that, we had some blue pips, but it wasn't as many as the red. And then we had some black pips, but it wasn't even as many as the blue or the red. And that made it really, really easy to fix the pips. Most of our lands, like half of the mana we have to make is red. 80% of the mana we have to make is red or blue. That means our land base can kind of neglect black mana and it probably won't bite us in the ass. Now, that can be frustrating from a deck building perspective because, again, it's so fucking boring, which is why so many people are running like 2 or 3 color decks where they have green in it because then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Isn't this like every Naya or Jund deck, lol? Over half is just green. That's why I used a non-green example. Because if you have green, like it, I don't know, just have typed triomes in duels, and you're good. Cast 3 visits. Cast 3 visits 1 time. Your mana's fixed forever. Congratulations. Hi, Malt. Sorry to interrupt. Do you know any way to stop getting sick once to twice a month? I'm sick yet again, and I'm getting a little tired of it. I'll spend 60 seconds to try to help you with that. That's awful. So checklist. What could we do? I would say step 1. If you're playing green decks, stop that now. After that, the things I would check are like straight up air filter mold in my house. If you are getting really regularly sick over and over and over again, it could be something wrong with the environment you are living and sleeping in or the environment you are spending a lot of time in. So if you have an office job, if you are going to the same classroom every day, there might be something wrong there. You can ask around with your peers. After that, I would look at sleep and stress. Getting bad sleep, if you are really, really stressed out, it will have a tangible negative impact on your immune system. It's hard for me to hand out the advice of like, well, hey buddy, have you tried not worrying about it? But if you can spend more time trying to make sure you're getting good rest, spending more time trying to do whatever coping mechanisms help you be less stressed, that'll probably help. And then I'd look at diet, exercise. I know that for me, I never do anything as strict right now as go on like a paleo diet, but if I'm eating like, if I'm having like eggs and potatoes and chicken and like carrots and apples, like if I'm having fruits and vegetables and whole unprocessed starches and I'm having complete animal proteins, I'm doing way better. If you are vegan or vegetarian, you can still do tofu, you can do beans. Beans are one of, I think, the most complete proteins you can get from an amino acid perspective that is not from a meat source. I don't know how good tofu is. Haven't looked into that. But if you are a vegan or vegetarian and you're not eating beans, eat some goddamn beans. Citrus, also great. Big on fluids too. Like your body needs water, your body needs salt. If you're not getting that, and I'm sure all of this is stuff you have encountered in your life before. I'm sorry that I do not have like deeper special sauce for you, but I would hit this checklist. I'll check for mold. I just fixed my sleeping schedule a week ago, so it can't really be that. My diet is usually pretty decent, but I haven't had fresh greens for a little while due to depression flaring up due to winter. I drink plenty. I would argue if you're telling me you fixed the sleep schedule a week ago and you have spent the last couple months getting sick, sleep could be part of it. I'm not confident it's the entirety of the issue, but if your sleep schedule was off enough that we had to fix it, especially if you have been chronically sleep deprived or just chronically sleeping at a bad time for your body, that takes a while to course correct. Because when I have a bad sleep schedule and I fix it, I don't feel good. It takes like a week or two for me to feel any better. Because I've gone in and out of that so many times. So many times. Oh yeah, and then salt and caffeine intake. Reasonable amounts of salt, but there have been times in my life where one of the best things I could do for my mental health was to have like a little handful of salt in the morning, have a lot of water. It tastes awful. Straight up terrible. Very, very good for me. Because I sweat a ton. I sweat a ton, and my sweat is very, very salty. And so if you are in that same boat, uh, a little bit more, either salt your food more or direct salt supplementation. Don't overdo it. Very dangerous to overdo it. Christmas, thank you for the 70 streams in a row. Welcome back to the dog park. Eating Little Caesars while watching this stream doesn't feel great. It's fine to do that every once in a while, Siren. It's fine. I'm drinking ginger beer right now. It's good to have tasty things. Absolutely, Lebowski. Thank you for being here. Have fun at dinner. Sauron, no. Much like I talked about for balancing your colors, if you are doing a multi-type multi-type kindred deck, it should be like I would for Maryland, I would do like 80% elves, and then I would take the like five best fairies. I would take like 30 elves, I would take five really good fairies, and I would rock with that. I think my fairies might not even have kindred benefits. I would hit them with like High Fae Trickster. I do have insomnia, but since I fixed my sleeping schedule again, it's gotten better and I've slept more. That's good. Then yeah, just keep hitting the checklist. I don't have as great advice for this. The cross that I typically bear is I just have joint pain all the time. So I have way more little tricks for that, but I don't get sick very often. I just have back hurty all the time. Any tips for a pinched nerve in my fucking neck? Some bad ones. Here is yeah, let's work through the good ones. Okay. So, good things you can rep out. I'm sorry, we're gonna do a little we're gonna get a little Richard Simmons for a second, and then I promise we're getting back to the decks. So, good stuff you can rep out. Hands like this, arm pinned against your rib cage. Rotate them out. This isn't going to operate directly directly on the neck, but it will work kind of in your shoulders and in the stuff that retracts around your neck, because everything in your neck is pretty deeply connected to all the shit happening in your upper back, connected to the stuff happening in your hips, da 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 da, thigh bone connected to the knee bone, whatever. So do this one. After that, hands behind your head, just spread your elbows back. This is another way. This is another way to help open up your neck, open up your upper back, relax your traps a little bit. What else is good? Another thing that's a little weird, this one might not work for you. It worked for me pretty well. But arms above my head, I try to drag them down like I'm doing a lat movement. So I engage my lats to pull my arms down. And what it helps do is it helps to turn off your lats because you have other muscles working against them. And it can pull them open a little bit more. And then, my shoulders are lower than they were before. That can help loosen stuff up around your neck too. For neck specifically, can't promise this will always work. Sorry, I wish it could. Arm up in front of you. Boom, drop it down. Bring it over. You're looking like this. You're going to support it. And I can't even, like, my neck and shoulders are so tight, I can't even fully relax my shoulder socket doing this. Do your best. Try to relax the shoulder socket. You're going to yell, judo chop, hit the person nearest you, go back into that position, lean your head towards, I believe it's towards the arm. Yeah, it's towards the arm. And then just like roll your neck forward a little bit. That's going to be a little bit of a nerve glide kind of back here, which will help free up the neck. And so I do like 10 of those on each side. Last trick I have for you is the person who taught it to me called it a camshaft. I think he just gives every movement he does a funny little name. But that is arms in front of you, out to the side a little bit. Want to keep your palms up. So palm perpendicular with your wrist, fingers nice and high. Get about 45 degrees out to the side. Go out, up, back, down in a circular motion. And you're just kind of gliding through the whole range of motion of your socket. Much like a stretch, you don't want to push into pain. You don't want this to be like so effortful that you're tearing your shoulder around. You're just trying to get a little motion in the ocean. Get a little cyclical with it, you know? Cycle of life and death. Everything the light touches is your kingdom, brother. Go both ways. I feel that a lot. Like that will give me a lot of nerve activation from my wrist all the way up, which will again help move stuff out of the way so your neck can do what it needs to do. Long-term advice to combat a cretinous gamer hunch. Yes. I think this is going to have to be the last vamping thing we do because we got to get back to the decks, but yes, I do. So for that, this is going to be difficult to visualize because I can't lay down in the way I need to lay down. Start small. The little cue you can do, what you want to do at nearly all times, is you want to have your ribs and your pelvis stacked in the same direction. You want them parallel. If you think about it with like skis, you know the analogy they use where it's like pizza, French fry. If you have pizza, rib cage and pelvis, you have back pain. If you have French fry, rib cage and pelvis, which means The bottom of my ribs, top of my pelvis are kind of straight on with each other. Then you are in a position to brace. The way now you get the gamer hunch, right? Leaned over all the time. The way you can fix that, get into French fry ribs and pelvis, hold your ribs so that you don't move your rib cage, and then just try to lift that upper sternum a little. You're going to try to lift from here. And when you holding your rib cage down is going to help so that you don't just do one of these. Because I can just arch my back super hard and flare my rib cage and give myself a gut. And now, oh look, my chest is up, but it hasn't actually fixed. I'm still hunched up here. So, God, I sound like a shitty yoga instructor now. But you go French fry, hold, up, and you can just do like 10 to 20 of those. Do it a bunch of times a day. That will introduce movement into the area. Long term, what you want to do is you want to do back extensions at the gym. You want to learn how to articulate your spine in a healthy manner. Another thing you can do is laying on a bed or on the edge of a bed. You want to pretend like just the upper part of your chest is off the bed, and you're going to do little crunches with those same vertebrae, with that same part of your upper chest that you were moving when you held yourself in the French fry position. Do like 10 to 20 reps of those. And over the course of weeks and months, you will find an easier time holding your chest up without flaring your rib cage, which will help you correct the gamer lean without giving yourself lower back problems. Why is Maul demonstrating titties? A lot of people were asking for fitness advice. And I can't tell if Mauld has experience as a physio or has just been injured a lot. It is the second one. My first life was as a rower, and I was an Olympic hopeful, and I broke my back 8 ways from Sunday. So I have been in and out of different physios for like the entirety of the last decade. Now they did not teach me any of that stuff in time to stop me from getting terrible crippling sciatica. But hey, I can tell you guys now. How do you break your back as a rower? Some people slip discs. I did not slip discs. What you get is a lot of chronic pain because you are overloading the joints a lot for a really, really long time. Effectively, rowing is like doing... God damn it, we're going back to just chatting. Rowing is like doing a power clean. So here's my oar. The movement, you're rocking forward, you're squatting, and then you're using your legs and you're pulling up into here. If you flare your ribs, you're like throwing it back with lumbar lordosis. This is not, despite what you might see in the club, this right here, not a power position. Not a power position if you are overarched. Now, if you keep it tight, extremely powerful position. But all of the coaches I had, whenever I was like, hey, my back hurts. Hey, I don't feel braced. They were like, have you tried not being a bitch? And they told me to just keep going. And so I would keep going. And I would do months and months and years of training sessions where my posture was degrading into like, oh, I'm really hunched over. My abs aren't set. My rib cage is flared because they kept telling me to put my fucking chest up and they didn't explain to me the difference between my rib cage and my upper back. Fuckers. And you do that for a couple years, and then your whole body hurts all the time, and it never stops. And it never stops. It's great. But, you know, I can feel my dick most days, so what's there to be mad about? Would you join an online D&D campaign if I invited you and Z to one? Absolutely not. I appreciate the offer. We super don't have time. Elk even tried to get us involved with one that would be for work, and we still could not figure out the scheduling. My half brother is getting into competitive rowing, so it's good to know. Pass on to him. Good. I hope it helps because I would love for people to not have to. Not that my pains are extraordinarily bad, but I would love for more rowers to not have to live with the pains I have to live with. Because I trusted my coaches, who I should not have trusted. I trusted people who just saw me as a cog in the machine rather than as an athlete to try to help develop. And it fucked over many years of my life. Am I bitter? Yes. Am I angry? No. But I'm bitter and petty. Horo, thank you for the drink water redeem. Callie, thank you for the random smasher pass. Let's see what we get. Absolutely not. Smash. Smash, just to say I lived. Just to say I survived. Can't see, boss? Well, hey. Hey. You know what? Trust me. Trust me. We're still on you? Smash. It's Chris. It's just Goria. All right. After all of those delays, after that lovely midstream break, let's move on to Bob Logic's deck. This is spooky. Voltron by proxy. Arabo makes cats big and then they pounce. The purrs grow louder, and we have the adorable Arabo art. Okay. I normally hate green, I normally hate white, but I do love cats. So you've got me there. We've got... All right, so Arabo is 5/5. Oh, fucking Eminence, though. So Eminence, we get to give a cat +3/+3. If we have Arabo, we can pay to give, one-off Crater Hoof. Yeah, we're a cat deck. Alt Wincon, Quietus Spike, and Felidar Sovereign. Oh, I'm already fucking mad. This is why. This is why you cannot trust the Selesnya players, right? Because they show you, oh yeah, this is my cute cat deck. What's my backup plan? Tetanus and Regulatory Capture. Ah! I'm fine. I'm okay. Let's keep going. Anthem. Okay. Yeah. All right. Keep telling yourself that. Sure. Piece of interaction. That one's ooh. Ooh. That one's a little spooky, yeah. Or aura shards, but only for my cat deck. Anti-spell, great. Card draw, the greed from the Bible. You do I Okay, you're a green player. I know you don't know how math works. Mathematically, we are going to see one of these every other commander game. Every other commander game. You know what's happening? All those other games, you are giving birth to a litter, tossing them into the road, and hoping for the best. And we have... Card draw, but only if I have drawn so many cards that I have 7 mana. Feel free to ignore the tags. No, this is too good. Growing Rights of Itlimoc. Impulse once. Card draw section complete. Card draw section done, baby. Get fucking worked. Cat. Only 14 seems kind of weird. These all seem above board. That is an adorable art. 14's really low. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my fault. I missed the other cat tag. It's the... Cat but proper noun. That's why the tags don't work. These are the most working tags I have ever seen in my life. Combat tricks. This is a specific Hammer of Nazan tutor. Whenever an equipped creature you control attacks, you may tap target creature defending player controls. That is such a generous definition. This is, hold on. Personally, this is my favorite combat trick. I just want to share that with you for no reason, Bob. I just want us both to appreciate these 2 wonderful combat tricks. Excellent. Very good. Very, very good cards. All right, cost reduction's cute. Counter generator's good. Draw filtering, that's a good card, and it has a cat on it. Equipment, what have we picked? See, this is a combat trick, and is furry bait. 10 out of 10. Ooh, Sesh is good. Animist is good. This has a cat on it. Oh, and we can, if we lose a creature, we can get another cat. I love that. Lifelink and trample. Lifelink and trample. First strike, trample. Double strike. Yeah, that's all great. If... I'm going to crumble into dust. A 3-mana 1/1. Forest Walk, brother. It is a cat, though. It is a cat. Filtering. I don't even want to read this motherfucker. All right, haste is good. Life gain's solid. Mana Dork Maker. Yeah, Elven Chorus is very, very strong here. Mana Ramp. God. What's the curve? You probably don't need ramp. There's no way. Ooh! Ooh! Respect. Respect. I see you. I see you. I see you less. Alright, that's dope. Wait, secretly choose an opponent. Reveal the player. Exile a creature that's attacking you if it's controlled by the chosen player. Activate only once. You're my fucking hero. Never mind. I take back every mean thing I said about you. That card's goddamn hilarious. I'm putting it in every white deck I ever play. I don't play white decks. Miri's sick as hell. Balan's sick as hell. Raksha's sick as hell. That's pretty good. Okay. 36 lands, sure. Okay. Let's see how this plays right now. I've got some ideas. I think, you know, this is a typal deck, so typal decks are always, they have a very, very, like, small range of variance unless you've got a combo for it. Oh, yeah, it is a mana cliff for sure, but it's a cat deck. So we got one cat. Shitty cat, shitty no good loser cat. We don't have card draw, so I probably restart. We got ramp. All right, forest, animist, Miri, first striking cat, dope. Equip 2, put it out, swing, it has first strike, you are not doing shit to me, I get a forest, dope. Woo, route. That is an excellent descriptor of what's going to happen to us if we play against a dinosaur deck. I'm not confident you have to be running it here. We can talk about one-sided board wipes we would bring in. But turn 5, do we want to play a Rabo? I don't even think we do. I think we would want to play Sledge and just Voltron Miri. Because then it's a, let's see, this makes it a 5-4, 6-5, 9-8. Hey, Fen, good to see you. You don't need to apologize. So we gain 9. I pretend that this is a basic I could tutor. We play this. We get Descendant's Path. So the issue I do want to bring before you is because of that absolute lack of card draw we have, we are basically like hard committed to whatever our opening hand is. Like we had 2 cats in that opening hand. We're playing 2 fucking cats all turn. We have 1 pretty good cat, and we have no way to protect him. But we can gain a lot of life. So if we do get to keep Miri, excellent. We hit again. We get sort of the Animist. We're going to pretend that this is a basic I could tutor. On upkeep, this is not a... Oh, it goes to bottom. Draw a card. We can continue Voltroning. Or we can go Arabo, because now we can double dip. And now we would try to make a massively lethal cat. But there were a lot of, I think there were a lot of instances where the average pod would go, oh, we have to deal with that. And it would have been very, very easy to stuff you in the litter box. Now, if we get Herald's Horn, that feels a lot better. Right, so we go tap land. We go Yavimaya. We play the Lynx. We get to do We Are the Rats. We get to Herald's Horn at the beginning of your upkeep. It is not. So we draw a card. We do the Animist thing again. This is like a 6-6. We have Hammer of Nazan. We play this. We have another board wipe that we don't want to cast because all of our cats would be dead and then we would be fucketed. So let's talk about things that could help with this problem. Because I like the general vibe of this deck, but I do think we are... Oh, Lord, we're bracket 3? Yeah, we are really hanging out in the slow end for that. Like, we are less of a cat deck. We are more of a kitten deck. I think the thing that would help the most is, fuck, I'm gonna recommend like bad and cute cards first. This is the new Herald's Horn out of Lorwyn. It's better than you think. Not only can you pick cats for that, this is look at top. If it's a cat, you get it. If it's not a cat, you can surveil it away, which is just so much better than Herald's Horn. Because Herald's Horn, more often than not, you go, oh, great, I get to look at the top card of my library. What is it? Trash? I guess I'll draw it. Gathering Stone gets around that because you check the top and you go, oh, it's a land. I have my land drop for turn, or I have enough lands in play that I don't need another land right now, and you get to put it into the graveyard and then maybe draw something good. Yeah, and as Nunes is pointing out, you get to do it the turn you play it. So I think most of what would help is we got to load up the card draw section with more things that will let you draw more cats or more things that will let you cast off the top. So like Elven Chorus was great. Because Sword of the Animist appears married to your opening hand, I would also like Case of the Locked Hothouse. The ability to play stuff off the top of the library, very, very helpful for a deck like this. Oh, MLP, you definitely should not believe in most of the equipment stuff. The equipment plan is like we are playing bad magic on purpose. That is the point of playing most of Commander. Let's see what other... What other play from top effects do we have? Commander, green, white. Depending on the opening power of our cats, I'm seeing a lot of threes. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of threes. Okay, I don't believe as much in Assemble the Players. This is not a cat. We have that one. This makes wolves. That is not a fucking cat. Summoning Materia, if we want to stay in this organized by type so you can see my creatures better, I will later. I don't think I need to see your creatures better now. Quite frankly, Bob, as much as I know you love them, all of your creatures are indistinguishable cat. As far... how many creatures do we have? We have 28. These are 28 pieces of dog shit. I can give +3/+3. So summoning materia would let you play from top. It would also give your creature vigilance, which is useful. Okay, this is not a cat, but it's a cat on the art. We're not playing Realm Walker. If you play a Typal deck and you put a Changeling in, you have failed. That is the official position of Maldhound LLC. And then I think the other thing... Oh, we can't with a companion. Okay, yeah. Then no Vizier. So we have Summoning Materia, and we have Summoning Materia in Case of the Locked Hothouse. Those are the only two other precognition engines we can get. I think the other thing we could do is what we recommended to the last deck, which is power-based draw, because your commander is going to give everything +3/+3. Especially if we're doing pseudo Voltron. If you get to keep an 8/8 for 3 turns and all you're doing is swinging, that is okay. If you get to keep an 8/8 and it draws you 8 cards, that is fucking excellent. So I would look into Power Matters Burst Draw as well. I think you have Return of the Wild Speaker, so I'd say double down on those. Right? Do we? Oh god, do you not? Hold on. No, you must. You've tagged it bad to rage bait me, but you must. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, we do. Yeah, it's untagged. You could Shamanic Revelation if you get a lot of cats onto the field. You could Season of Gathering. Season of Gathering, very, very good card. You can Lifestream's Blessing, which is also instant speed, so you can do this in response to one of your good cats getting murdered. So there's a lot of levers you could pull here, but the number one thing I think you need is more cats to play. We have Sovereign Okineka How. Because right now we're just like we're like this is like a cat cafe that only has like one tabby, and there's like 8 college kids who are all trying to post it to their Instagram story, and it's getting overstimulated and it's getting upset. We just need to source a few more. We're stressing Bob out. All right, we got to let him chill. We got to bring in some new kittens. We got to bring in some tubby black cats that can just lay on people's laps like a little pillow. Gonna be perfect. Andronicus, we can't really get away with assemble the players. We did look at it. And then the other thing we could do, Sirocco, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. The other thing we could do, because we have a counters thing going on, to help our cats scale into the mid game a little bit better. Now, you're going to say I'm a sellout. Maldhound, you're recommending counters. Maldhound, this is not a cat. Read this shit and weep, motherfuckers. Read it and weep. I know what I'm about. I know what I'm about. Because I do think another issue we get into is the last thing we want to be doing is like pseudo Voltron, where we only have one relevant creature for the entire game. We want to have a way for our cats to get better into the mid game. So if we pretend, and this is like bad faith argument, whatever, this land is now Sphere Grid. So we keep this opening hand. We play an OG duel. We play Sphere Grid. Or really, we would play Lion Sash. And then turn 3, we play Sphere Grid. We give this, make this a 4/4. We hit somebody, gets a counter. Next turn, we can Nature's Lore, pretend this is a forest, don't think too hard. Growing Rights of Itlamok. This becomes a 5/5, has reach and trample now. Gets 2 counters on it. And we get to do the Itlamok thing, get Leonin Arbiter. Now at this point, we're kind of fucked because we don't have card draw. But if this, instead of being a mana anthem, was one of the burst draw spells, this goes up to 6/6. We hit somebody because we have a trampling 6/6. It becomes a 7/7. We Rishkar's Expertise. Free cast like Brimaz probably. And then we're home free. And so I think that's what needs to happen is Sphere Grid is like a one-off that we can bring in to make things more relevant in the late game. You have a lot of cute cats. I don't want you to change any of that. If anything, I want you to bring in more cats. The things that need to change. Mirari's Wake, bad. Quietus Spike, you should not need. This is just combat damage, but more. If Cat Overrun isn't able to get there, you just die. You just let yourself die. You can keep this because it is a cat and it will rage bait people. Skull Clamp, get that shit out of here. Zendikar Resurgent, get that shit out of here. Grappling Hook is so cute. I want to let you keep it. One of these life linking equipments, probably get it the fuck out of here. God, I'm not gonna make you cut a cat. 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 Yeah, you don't need a mana doubler. This deck is like, this deck is not able to, like, you do not have big enough arms to carry enough things to the grocery store checkout to need more money. We need to get you in the gym. We need to get you in the gym to be able to carry enough groceries to the checkout to need a mana doubler in the first place. Growing Rights of Itlamok, get it out of here. Soul Ring, get it out of here. I like Traverse the Outlands. Removal. Route, definitely not. Hold on. Alright, doesn't exist. Was Sky Knight Squire suggested? Oh, that's cute. Yeah, that could work pretty well. And it gives you another flyer. We do not force Ocelot Pride. Absolutely not. Armored Skyhunter would be quite good. We really, really, really do not like drawing equipments. We really, really, really want to get them for free. This cat should 100% come in. We have a companion Achroma, so we cannot play anything that is not a cat. Do I have enough equipment left in the deck, though? Let's see. You would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. I mean, you would be light enough that you would not hit every time. You would not hit every single time, but it would be good if you liked the equipment sub theme. This is how you make the equipment. Sorry, not this guy. Where is he? This is how you make the equipment sub theme work. Because you don't want to have enough equipment that you're always drawing them. If you have enough equipment that you are always finding one, you have too much equipment and not enough cats. And so we want to be heavier on cats and draw, and then we have a few more ways to check for equipments. Oh, that's kind of kooky. I'm not positive it will always work out for us. Let's look at Sweeper. I think you could look at Austere Command. We have that big mana cliff. So instead of having the board wipe that fucks us, we could have Austere Command be a board wipe that doesn't fuck us. Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of our guys exist at 2 mana and 3 mana. So Austere Command is a very big pickup for you because then you can just pick like, oh, hey, fuck all your cool cards. I'm gonna keep all my shitty little cats. Is that cool? If you do more 1/1 counter stuff, which I don't think you have to do, but if you do, Damning Verdict would be pretty good. And there are an enchanted. Winds of Abandon is just a straight up one-sided board wipe. I mean, it ramps them, but I think we're okay with that. Because if we're ramping them, we're presumably in a spot where we can kill them in 1 or 2 turns. Or you could do split up. Swing all your cats, blow up everything else. Or if everybody else has been swinging out, don't swing, like cast this main phase 1, then swing your cats. So do stuff like this. Like you have such little removal that you really don't want it to be card for a card. Refocus on get the cat count up to 30 to 32. Bring in those additional card advantage engines. And then this shit will purr just like you want it to. Right now, I think it's coughing up a little bit of a hairball. I think presently we got too good a heart. We got too good a heart. We're so worried about mana, but we're not worried enough about having things to spend mana on. So Bob, thank you for your submission. I hope you enjoyed. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then we're going to finish it off with Jarthur. All right. Let us polish off the custom cards and then go tackle Jarther's deck. So what do we have left? We have Helios, we have Elikman, we have Footgroose. Okay. So Helios has sent in a Warframe card. Beautiful. Nidus Adaptive Scourge. 6 mana Sultai 4/4. We get to do some looting. We get to make a horror when we discard creatures. And we get to Cathar's Crusade when we discard a non-creature card. That's kind of sick. I kind of fuck with this. Like, it's 6 mana in Sultai, so it should be something that can convert to the end of a game. I love how we're bringing one with nothing back a little bit, right? Because if I get a full board, if I just curve out with creatures, and then I cast one with nothing, put 4 counters on my board, that's pretty fun. I like this. I do think I would be killing you with hammers the moment I saw this at the table. But yeah, it's cool. All right, Elikman has sent in Aqua Giranus, a 2 mana green artifact. Tap it to add a mana of any color, but only to cast creature spells. Tap it to draw a card. Activate only if you control 4 or more tapped creatures. Oh, at rare, that makes me so sad. I know you're referencing Erd Heirloom. Is that a rare too? Yeah. God, 4 tapped creatures is just so many. That's like in limited, that's I'm never drawing a card ever. I don't know. Yeah, 3, maybe even 2. Because I know that I know that Bant is meant to have activated abilities. I know that we have squads, so there's going to be more creatures running around than normal. I don't know that in the history of my limited gameplay, I have ever had 4 tapped creatures. In like a main phase. Like there have been times I have swung out. There have been times I've swung out and like one of them dies. I don't think I've ever just been like, hell yeah, end step, 4 tapped creatures, go. Yeah, I would be inclined to put a mana cost on it and then make it 2 tapped creatures. I think that's okay. All right, from Footgroose, Paint Roller Trick Brusher, a 2 mana 2/2 with haste and Paint Panic. You may activate the reshape ability of permanents you control an additional time on each of your turns. And reshape 4, the spell deals X damage to you, where X is its mana cost. This can target instants and sorceries your opponents control. Now, remember, the base way that reshaping works, if you want this card to exist, other cards you like can't exist. If you want reshape to exist the way that makes this card work, this is good. All right, that is the end of the custom cards. Let's go to Jarther's deck. This is spooky. Spooky, scary. You'll hate me probably. Excellent start. Meep, meep. A bracket 4. Mulligan rules. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Mulligan rules. 2 lands with white and green, a mana dork, and a combination of Sink, Tutor, and Untap. That is too many fucking rules. What are you doing? God damn it. God. I told Veggie this card was going to be a fucking problem. I knew the moment I saw this Grizzly MILF that I was going to get fucked, okay? Meet my secret commander, Gaia's Cradle, but better. I'm calling the SEC. Okay. You don't need a deck roast. You need a fucking audit. Fuck you. Mulligan rules. These 7 cards specifically. Fuck your tags. I know what's in this. I know what's in your heart. All right, we got some good stuff. We got some normal stuff. We got some $60 cards. 5 mana. Look, check top 3. Put a permanent card to hand. Okay, that's bringing me back a little bit. If we're doing Gaia's Cradle in the command zone, you can win me over by playing dog shit. You can for sure win me over. All right, this isn't dog shit. That's a little bit dog shit. Like I'm down for some type of like weird pseudo infinite big mana turn instead of the normal like oh Heliod walking ballista. Yeah, some weird flicker stuff. Flash Thompson, that's so much better. Arthur, I swear to fucking God. If I Mm-hmm. 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 Excellent. Excellent. No, no, no. It wants to be in bracket 4. I think the earlier dog shit. I mean, like, if we're being for real, I think Distinguished Conjurer is almost certainly a bad card. Beast Rider Vanguard, if I have infinite mana, says I draw my combo and win the game. So it is all dependent on the reliability with which we can make this commander go infinite, which is not hard because I believe there exist more creature untappers. Because the reason I said the commander is better than Gaia's Cradle, which is definite rage bait, is that if you are able to stick her, there exist more creature untappers than there exist land untappers and permanent untappers. So I think you have an easier time connecting the dots to going infinite or near infinite on this card than you do on Gaia's Cradle. But you only have access to green and white, whereas most of the colors that are doing Cradle combos in CEDH have access to like at minimum blue on top of this. You fucking all right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't counter me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, like Seed Cradle Witch. Can you imagine how many decks would play this if it just said untap target permanent? That is the benefit of playing Brigid, is you are now able to play draft chaff dog shit like Seed Cradle Witch that at 4 creatures will give you infinite untaps, and at 5 creatures will give you infinite mana. Oh god, and you get to Voltron win. That's alright. You're winning me over a little bit. You scamp. Alright, Silk Clean fucking sucks. You are not winning me over anymore. Scrub is fine as a protection piece. Yeah, sure. Alright, so we have a couple like infinite untap loops with extra steps because we have a number of things that can flicker our untappers or bounce them back to hand. Sure, I have a million mana. I have a million mana, and you can't board wipe me. I have never heard of good interaction ever. I have never heard of good interaction ever, but I am a petulant child and I hate the people I play with. Flicker turns the commander off. You're not flickering the commander. You are flickering. When I said with extra steps, I mean you have your commander, you have Flash Thompson, you have Emil the Blessed. You flicker the untapper and untap your commander. And at like 4 to 5 creatures, you go infinite on mana. I think that's the goal here. Dawn of fucking Hope. Brother, where is the life gain? Is this just I make infinite 1/1s, I win? Oh my god, if this fucking works. If this fucking works. Hold on. All right. No lands, but I have a lot of ramp. I have an outlet. And I have a protection piece. I just don't have an untapper. Oh no, I do. Sorry, I do. Fuck it, I'm keeping this hand. I add green, I play Elvish Mystic, I play Lotus Petal. Brigid. Pay 3 life, Fintorn Elves. And I get a Kithkin. Alright, so if somebody has creature removal or a creature counterspell, I'm fucked. If they don't, I think I just win. Because I go land, I pay the green to flip her. I have 5 creatures in play. I pay 1, I pay 4, I untap her. 6 mana, pay 4 of it. I have infinite mana. And she is infinitely big. I can have this guy too. So pretty fun. Not I pass, it's turn 3. You think everybody at a bracket 4 game has a blocker on turn 3? I don't. I think Muscle Grandma is beating somebody to death. Your whole board is infinitely big right now? Yeah, actually. Our entire board is infinitely big, but yeah, we have 4 infinitely big creatures. You think there are more than 4 blockers on a bracket 4 table? You gotta kill Mana Rocks. George spent his first 2 turns not casting creatures. I would guess on turn 3 of a bracket 4 game, there are 2 dogshit creatures in play. Like 2 people have played 1 creature each, and 1 person has played no creature. There's one guy who has played Rhystic Study instead of a creature, and then there are 2 other people who have played 1 setup creature. And so we send 1 person to hell, we send another person to hell, and we remove the chump blocker from the other person, and we get 2 cards. Sick. If we get board wiped, we're fucked. If we're fucked. If we don't get board wiped, we win on this turn. What does this hand do? We have no lands, so we free mulligan. All right, we have protection. We don't have any of the shit we need. We go down to 6. We go down to 5. I'm identifying a potential problem with this deck. Okay. Hold on. We can cope. I don't think we need all these lands. We keep these 5. We draw. We pray. We're fucked. We get Mother of Runes. We get Water Tribe Rallier. We get Brigid. And we make a Kithkin. We hope to God nobody lightning bolts us. We hope to God. We pay the green flipper. So we would go float 5 green. Pay 3 green and 1 white, untap her. We have 2 green remaining. We float white. We go down 1 green. So now we're netting up 1 of each. And then we go back to infinitely wide board, put as many things into play as we need, and we have 4 infinite power creatures to beat everybody to death with. Does the deck have Commune with Nature and other 1-mana diggers? I don't think so. Bracket 4 and CEDH, you mulligan. You just gamble. This is like green decks and creature combo decks and CEDH. They're gambling addicts. They like to style themselves as like, we're just not playing the meta, you know? We're doing something a little bit different. We're trying to politic our way, when in reality they're shuffling their deck for the fourth time and being like, holy fuck, please, 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 I need 2 copies of Llanowar Elves in my opening hand. So we have a turn 3 win, a turn 4 win. We have like almost protection, but we don't really have any good interaction. Alright, we monetize somebody's Soul Ring. Moral high ground. We do nothing, we Brigid. We pay to flip. We go land. We go Skrelv. We tap her for 3 white mana. We untap her. We have 1 white mana. We do 4 green mana. Oh, and then we're 1 short. Oh, Brigid doesn't count herself. Oh, that is notably worse. Oh, boy. Yeah, Gaia's Cradle doesn't count itself either. That's my fault. So I think that hand's unkeepable if Brigid doesn't count herself. So we go land ramp. Land ramp. Flippy flippy. Land. Land. Bam. So we can float 4 here. Play Kutzel. Doesn't even matter to untap her. We do nothing. There we go. We put whatever outlet we need on top, and then turn 6 we try to win. Does this one do it? I think we go like land elf. Put you back. Land elf. Brigid. Get a Kithkin. Next turn, Flippy. Nope, Flippy. This guy. I float 4 white. I add 1 green. Keeping a white up. I'm now paying to untap, and I think now I go infinite from here. Infinite mana is such a fucking snooze. I don't get the fun of these combos turn 3. Maybe that's just me, though. I think the fun of these combos turn 3 is trying to navigate them against people who have the interaction to stop you. Doing it in a bracket 2 game or a bracket 3 game, that's no fun, because then you're basically just playtesting the deck. But if you know that the other 3 people are playing decks that are just as good, and they're also going to be looking for opportunities to get you... Yeah, Sauron's got it. The fun is trying to pull this off against the Calamax deck we looked at a week ago that had like 15 counter spells and 10 pieces of removal and was playing board control. Like, that's the fun. Is, like, this is definitely bracket 4 because it's way too weak for CEDH. But it has an angle. It has an angle. And it's playing a really fucking dumb card, which I love. But it is infinite power, infinite bacon, I kill you. What's up, Alphonse? How you doing? I'm trying to think if there's anything I am concerned about the ability of this deck to weather one removal spell. It cannot. It cannot. One removal spell, this deck is cooked in half, and that is how green decks normally do at high power Magic. Like if you watch a like if you are playing a game of CEDH and you go to remove the mono green Selvala player's Selvala, or you go to remove the mono green Yisan player's Yisan, you will witness a performance that could get an Oscar that will attempt to gaslight you into not killing it. They will pull out fucking Leonardo DiCaprio. Maybe more Leonardo DiCaprio if it's a green player. But they will pull out all the fucking stops to be like, no, it doesn't make any sense to kill him. I promise, I swear to God, I don't even have the win in hand. You gotta listen to me. Am I gonna show you my hand? Of course not, but you gotta kill the guy with the lotus petal. Like, that's how green has to play in high power Magic. So it's a weakness of the deck, but they have opted into that weakness. It's not a weakness. In fact, if you play green and you try too hard to fix that weakness, you end up with a bad deck anyway, because then you're not proactive enough to get the job done. Dawn of Hope is insane copium, though. You got to get this shit right out of here. There has to be a better mana dump. There has to be a better mana dump. Okay, we get Findhorn. We get Brigid. And now we can only float 3 mana. Well, oh no, we can just barely do it because we can play her and her. And now we can float 4 mana, and we can use 1 green from here to get the chain started. So we can do turn 3, infinite power, infinite bacon. Yeah, so alright, the cards that I think are I'm actually inclined to agree with Sauron. I don't think Grand Abolisher effects are doing that much for you because you have to play Brigid and then pass. Terrifying. And most of the stuff you're winning with is going to be an activated ability rather than a spell, and so you're not even that worried about counter spells. They're probably not that bad to run because they are a low mana value creature, but it seems like the only hope this deck has of victory is I have to have 2 other creatures to play prior to turn 3. Voice of Victory is a must if you have the 2 tokens live after attack. Based on... That doesn't seem true. I mean, it gets us a little more mana, but... yeah, that's enough. That's enough. I'll agree to that because it could get us like right over the edge of not having the mana to get the loop started. Silk seems like incredible copium. This is, I mean, maybe it's a mana dump, but it's not an untapper. I would rather have my mana dumps be other things that were checking the top so I could get Seed Cradle Witch. It seems like Seed Cradle Witch is like far and away the best outlet we can get for this, and so anything else I would rather just pay more mana to keep digging for Seed Cradle Witch than I would to make everything infinite big but not untap them. Because we are living and dying on the untap. Like if we mana confluence, dork, land, da. I flipped, but like look at me. not having a fucking loop. And so I would have to go Bright Glass Gear Hulk. Like I would have to tap out this turn. Or no, I could make this work. Hold on. Float 2 white mana. Flash Thompson. Untap. Float 3 green mana. Badger Mole Cub holding up a green mana. This land gets Earthbent. Oh, but these all have to be pips. I think maybe there's an order we could do that with Badger Mole Cub, Delighted Halfling, and Flash Thompson that you do get to go for it this turn, but we like always have to get the loop started. Old Head, I don't think it's relevant because we can only win at sorcery speed. Like we cannot flip Brigid the turn we play her. And so trying to stop people from casting spells on our turn doesn't really help. Because we just have to pass to them anyway. Yeah, and that roadblock is why we're in bracket 4 and not CEDH. I actually kind of like this. Well, hold on. Do I only like it because it's an infinite mana dump that theoretically draws cards? Do we have any way to... We don't have recursion. Because we don't have recursion, it probably doesn't actually do anything. It just gets infinitely... I mean, we make... It is infinite mana, infinitely large Seeker of Sunlight, but I think that is worse than the Spider-Man card that I want you to cut. Yeah, if it could draw... If it could draw a card, or if it could do... Hold on. It has hotter art. Not true. Not true. That is a lie that you have told. We have Staff of Domination, right? Okay, yeah, we're not crazy. Nylea is expensive, but I like her more. I like her more than the Spider Bitch. We have Recruitment Officer and Squad Rallier. But this is another green only. I get to turn infinite mana into I draw every creature in my deck. So if I have the untap loop, it can get me to whatever overrun I want to do. You probably shouldn't actually play this card because people could just fuck you. People could just fuck you by flipping this guy. The control player just says like draw pass and then you're hosed. Oh man, my brain is overheating trying to help this deck. I don't even know why I want to help. Walking Ballista is one of the main combos, yeah. We have the Heliod Ballista combo. Oh, the Grizzly Bear can do it. Alright, 3 mana creature that gets us there. Okay, so that's really all I'm going to recommend. I think this is actually a pretty good bracket 4 deck. I think this is right at what bracket 4 wants to be, which is decidedly too shitty for CEDH. You've got a couple cards you can like just throw at people, be like, "Look at this guy. He's good now." And then you win with an infinite mana combo on turn probably 5, I think most games. And you have an infinite mana combo where you have to basically put it on the table, like you have to flop your dick on the table, hand everybody else a machete, and be like, do you want to? Do you want to? Do you want to? And if they all say no, then you get to win. Beautiful. Beautiful. It's been a wonderful day. I can't call it peak because it's Selesnya, but I think this is exactly what bracket 4 combo wants to do. I think the only card I really disagree with is Grand Abolisher, for the reasons given, and Silk, because I think your mana dumps should be digging through your deck rather than like it should either dig through your deck or it should untap your commander. And if it just puts power on board, I don't think that is good enough based on the hurdles we had to clear in the playtesting. So Jarther, great job. I hope you lose every game you ever play with this. That is going to be the end of today's stream. I'm going to pull out the Baldkai message, and we're going to go for a little raid. Who is live? Girls Play is live. We are going to hit them with the Baldkai message. I will be live again tomorrow doing Undefined. There will be a stream schedule posted later today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to everybody who followed, gave me those Jeffrey dollars, subscribed. I appreciate all of your support. I hope you enjoyed today's show. And please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that is just it for us, but we will be live again tomorrow.